session that we are having scheduled today. Today's date's December 28th. It looks like we are waiting for some of our colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council to be on the line this morning. But looks like I think I heard Honorable Charlene So. Good morning. I got Honorable Paul Begay, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, and Chairman Rick Nez. Good morning, everyone. Morning to the staff too as well. We have Honorable Wilson Stewart too as well. Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Tell your mom we said hi.
Good morning, Silla. Speaker, I will.
Okay, great. We'll wait a little bit longer, colleagues, in order for us to make a quorum here. Again, to everybody listening in, we are pending opening up here for a special Navajo Nation Council session here in Window Rock, Arizona. I have my colleagues throughout the nation. Looks like we have a couple of items on our agenda today. I think we'll be adding on a report too as well. I know that there's been a lot of action that has happened in Navajo Nation Council session. I mean, not Navajo Nation, in the federal realm, I guess, in Washington, D.C. that has taken place over in the last 24 hours. I just want to give not only colleagues an update, but everybody that might have questions or comments too as well in the action that our Mr. President Trump has taken in signing a couple of legislations into law. So we'll go ahead and get an update from that and then move along too as well. So again, good morning, everyone. We'll wait here a little bit longer so we can go ahead and get a quorum. Kat.
Good morning, Speaker. Ano sinantado sa nagig yate ben Delegate Freedom's on. Daniel So is on the call.
Good morning, everyone. Again, thank you very much for being with us this morning. We are having a Navajo Nation Council special session this morning. I would like to, glad to everyone that's joined in with us. More importantly, good morning to my colleagues and to everyone out there that's listening. And actually, thank you very much for being a part of our discussion, being a part of our listening session, but more importantly, listening into the Navajo Nation Council and how we are working to better the lives of the Navajo people every day. I hope to know that we are ready to go. I think we have quorum now. Do we? Good. So let's go ahead and get started, colleagues. We have a proposed agenda here before us that was posted, I do believe that it was posted on Saturday. It was posted on Saturday, December 26th. And we did make enough in order for us, everyone who's listening in order for us to have a Navajo Nation Council session. There's 4 times a year the Navajo Nation Council comes into session, and it's the 4th week in January, 3rd week in April, 3rd week in July, and 3rd week in October. Outside of that, the council is authorized to come into session. But in order for us to do that, we need 13 signatures of the Navajo Nation Council in order for them to sign a petition. And I do believe that we did get those 13 signatures to have this special session today. And in order for us to move forward, we just need to go ahead and adopt our agenda and listen in to not only the reports, but also the legislations that are on the agenda here today too as well. So again, let's go ahead and go on down on our proposed agenda. This is a special session via telecommunications. Again, today's date is December 28th. Time now is 10:09 a.m. I am here in the Navajo Nation Council chambers, excuse me. I have my colleagues from the Navajo Nation Council who are throughout the nation in their home districts. And I just want to say good morning, colleagues. Again, thank you for being with us. The council chambers is actually located here in Window Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. It's our centralized government location. So Navajo Nation is our Window Rock, Arizona is our Navajo Nation capital. So again, thank you everyone for being with us. Presiding is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And I'll go ahead and call this meeting to order again at 10:09 a.m. In order for us to go ahead and have a quorum or get things going, we must have a quorum. We'll go ahead and get a roll call going. So with that, Bobby, you mind doing a roll call this morning?
Good morning, honorable members. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen McGay Jr. is present. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Paul Begay is present. Good morning.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present. Delegate Brown is present from Denhosta.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
Present.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Present.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Hello, is present.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James present. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Rick Nez is
Delegate
present.
Slater present.
Honorable Rick Nez is answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Oto So. Honorable Charlene So.
Delegate So present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present from Shiprock, New Mexico.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty.
Yacht A Delegate Amber Canesbaugh-Crotty is present, calling in from Sheep Springs, Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty answered roll call. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Good morning. Herman M. Daniels Jr. present. Thank you.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Oto So. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So is present. Good morning.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker, you have 16 members present, including yourself.
Hey, thank you. Again, good morning, colleagues. Good morning, staff. Good morning, Mr. President, Vice President across the street. Good morning to all the executive branch employees. Good morning to Madam Chief Justice, where you're listening in. And good morning to all the judicial branch staff as well.
Speaker.
We do have a quorum before us.
line.
Now it looks like we have one more, Honorable Otto So. So we'll make that 17. Moving on down, onto an invocation. Good morning, everyone. Again, thank you. Before we get started, we'll go ahead and do an invocation. Honorable Herman Daniels, you mind doing an invocation for us this morning?
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I'll go ahead and provide invocations this morning. Adonai Kododa, Shanant Amaseniki Kodo, Ashi Kododa, Pepe Behotin, Zeniki do Aben, Solgit Ashi Kodo, so the Zeniki Kodo, Pepe the dish, Nisabeda the date, Nishi Kodo, Nikiotla, Kodo Shin don't hit for the Pepe, Shiga not Edo Les Kodo, Adonai Shin, what Edo, so it is not. But to do, Koso, here Kodo, Oshia, the Nish Kodo. Sonanta no senegito na shike no senegi kodo tahu ago dai no stragi kodo o si adi ni sto kodo e na idi kras kodo e ke hon shmana hasan e ke hon jona is it kha hon aro na ko e ni ke trai hon ni tlo hon ti jina no ko ki ni ya ni tlo hon aro na no hon here should begin the machine is the one. The on the song to home. Than so range of home. Gaat aarde ho. Shanda taarde. Naat aarde. Nou, kon. Als goed en goed aan zo weten honen. Aarde hond zustan aarde honen. En dat toch niet de honen. Geen dat is geen honen. She's honen dat ze honen dat het ze honen. Go share na honen. Die ze hodo. Ze na niet ze gewoon die ben daar. Het is gedacht, ik hoor maar nou niet, ik hoor ik ga naar nog wat ze dingen nog zien honen. Aarde na honen. Ik ga gewoon, ze ben gaan naar het spa. Ja, ik ga ze dingen nog zien honen. Ik ga daar nog zien honen. Die keer honen, je keer ik ga daar nog zien. Ik ga net iets als ik ga daar nog zien. Ze dingen nog zien honen. Aarde na honen, gaat daar toch sa. De jeda gaat daar toch sa honen. Zo'n go honen. Legon chugalo. Ola ba hojon de honen. Zetan aarde tenaz. Aruna tade chi ten have honen. Toda henige. Toda nil. Aro toda. Aruna na chelis aad es honen. Gat adat honen. Cha os. So dat hon. Dus chi dat. gaat had sa honen. Aro chel. Det har låst honen. Chel del jättiga hål aro honen. Chel del minne honen. As you as aad es chel. Zono be gaat had sa bejida honen. Ik ga honen. Ik zie de honen de niet lenige honen. De laatste niet lenige. Een keer is het een keer en zo even dat een keer dat je kan honen. Adonan zo'n goeie honen. Gaat toch zo honen. Toch dat je niet eens honen. Gast laten honen. Ajo geloonig is toch. Gast laten naar tegen honen zo dat honen. Ajo gaat toch zo. Ik ga zo honen. Ado honen. Jabi na zag is toch honen. Het zou dat kennen dat. Gadi dat. Ajo zo naar tegen is toch honen. Als je het honen. Wat aan has aan honen. Dat had toch zo. Ik honen. Die zien wat aan is toch wel zich honen. Niet ja het eigen honen bij mij dit. Die twee ja dat eigen honen Tunesië. Bij nazi daar zo honen bij hem. Nou. Honen ze die dan stenen honen. Adonan honen. Ik heb je na die honen. Ik heb je na die kan die beneden honen. Ze die dan stenen honen. Door je als we niet eten honen. We dan gaan je opbouw niet honen. Aan gaan je opbouw honen. Aan vacation dat je abort niet letten honen. Ayel kiezen de honen. Dat je abort niet letten honen. Ze die dan stenen honen. Op het einde laat iets. Ik heb daar nog zo'n doorles honen. Vaar ja dat ik gewoon vaar honen bij nas. Daar is tegen honen bij is daar nog zo'n doorles honen. Kudo dit je honen die net na dit doorles hier. Sadia dat egi honen. Aronan hon nahat ayat egi honen. Ben is daar nog zo'n doorles honen. Aro hon dit je hon. Asah niet lenan honen. Oortje dat weet nou. Oda asah niet le honen. Naast zoals honen ik dat zie je honen. Band dat het ook is honen. Na ik eerder dat is egi honen. Naast zoals wij dan had dit ahi honen. Honen ik dat naast honen. Aro het ego honen. Ik zie naast dat die is in de honen. Ik sta nog zo'n doorles honen. Ze die nog zijn honen. Aronan honen. Also ik benast niet doorles. Ik heb laag gehouden aan de honen. Also ahwietje honen. Dan gaat het al ja. Dan gaan we zeggen nog zo'n doorles. Aron heeft laag zo de honen. Zo honen het gaat daar krijgen. Aronan zei dat de bananen ze deze honen. Je het aan daar krijgen. Ik heb zo'n dat baas de honen. De honen staan nog zo'n doorles die het honen. Maar dat had je op bij de honen. Aronan honen. Ik heb deze in de dan de honen. Zoals de honen gaan we staan nog zo'n doorles honen. EMT's dat. De fire department. Als je deze net volunteer. Het is zo. Want wat het bestaan wel. Dus ook gaan we staan nog zo'n doorles honen. Ik heb even dat de honen. أزال إيدن تهاز خانيكي تهونا نخبط لهنا $100 نخبط جيبة الدوش إيشي إي أردن تهاز تهون نخبط لهذا نوشك إيش هونا نخان ندهي دوك هونا كومش نادي خدولش مساف نادي ني خاتولش هون هيك إين لنجي هادو نانا هونا استوي دو ثاني استوي بعد حياد الثاني بعد حياد تهاز تخاني تهونا إيه ده هونا نخبط لهنا $100 هونا هوان شيء هاتسا هونا بعد شندا شيء ده هاتسا وتأد لا هونا نخبط لهنا $100 شتيت شو هون بدأ جو باي شو هونا استوي دو ثاني هون كده بهوي زا هونا زراش تو هونا صار يداش تكي هونا بدأ نتكلم دات هونا بهوي زا دوي ألتو بهوي الآن ليلة هنجي زراش تو بهوي جوش إلون إني داش هونا أصابع يتكي هونا أشكرا داش صار ده هونا إيشي زاد هونا دهاز خمسين إيه خد دخل هونا بعد لا هونا شبت لهنا $100 هونا أرون خاش شنت هونا داش خان لهونا إيه هون ينات لون خاطي نص $100 بنفكر بنزنجي كده هناز لا خاطي نص $100 هونا أرون عن زاش هونا خاطي عن هيك إيدن لهون دهاز خاج هون خويا دات إيش هون تريدو ثاني دون دهاز خان خبر لهنا شو هونا أرون أنا تدفق شو هونا هك أزم يجعل إنه هك هونا بجعل إني لون إدان هينسن هونا أرون أنا تشند أدات إذا بعد بجعل إني الميد ولا هونا ودا إنك هينسن شيئان لن زندگي هونا أنك الله ناس نخ إنسن ولا هونا ديدام خي كده بيجي يكاد هونا كشمش تأزلين وكاد ما خاف يجوني دنادي كهم جنو إنكيدا تخاتون جنو إيه هونا 2021 beyond جنو دكت ديكا جنو إنكيدا داتا وطاش وطاي هونا نجايدكو صدف زن هون دي بنبي هونا نان هونا ألفو هونا تا إنيش دان لتغا هو تلانده شنال بدا إنيش كوزا نغايد executive branch نان ششنا قاشل كيف كيو آجا نان division directors دان لا بان نادا بان نادا نشيدا نخبط لهم $100 هون نان كودو شتا إياجو بدا إنيش وجه legislative branch نان كودو بيشبه أنا ألتو هون نا تين نيشت إيغو ديش لهم $100 نخبط لهم $100 هون نان هون شما بدا إنيش سلو نغايد judicial branch آجه دهو إيش سلو هون بندال نشكين خبط لهم $100 ألتو هون وداي هون تده $100 نان هون يتخناشني هون إيشي دو جو باوي هون يتخنان جو كيشو هون كويشين هون يك إيز لهون إيرو هون يتلاج كدا تخليش أديتش هون يتلاج هوندا تخليش هذا شيء بنهز هودات إيجي أجو هوندا تخليش هون هذا شيء هون نهو كوفي ياج أرو لدون ناج أنخا هوندا تخليش نان هون ذي بكن إدخان هون ذي شو هنو بابا هن هون إيرو عايز إيكيه هون بيات إيكو هون نطول تاتو بيات إيه ناس ناري نيك خاطو لش هون شريجنا نخشين هون وهتا إيه أزرا من شهد إيه صدفن دولش هون نان هون نار صوفتا إيه هون بيلاد عزلين هون إيه هون نغيكين هالكيدا شو إيه عايز إيكيه هون نغيك وجات أشيء بيتوها هون شو تخبش ننجي جوك عد إيه هون بهز آني سلين هون نجيبك نجيك إيه كنانا تلادو لش هون تون لنجي وهتاي هون عايزي إيه هون خاشين تاي هون عايزي خدو إيه نخاطوه تفكير وهتاي هون نال صوفي يجيب كاليا هون إيه عايزي إيه هون شدينا نشين هون ألتو هون تلاوشي بقوة نشلين هون زاد خوشاكي هون زاد خوشاكي هون أكي هوشت إيه أدي $100 أدا شيش هون شديدا نشين هون أدا شننجي أدو ياسكو بيوينيت إذا أنخا جو باو إنيت هون ودا هون $100 دي بنبي هون هاتكو هون نخاهد شدولة أدخل يجن نيدولة هون أدخل هون أدين هون يجوا هزون دولة أدين يجوا هزون دولة هاي وش كاتنا هديت ليش نهاد سوتشاس يسني أدخل يجوا هزون دولة هون وتاي هون أخون شين ده هون وتاي تودس دولة يجوا هزون هاسلين دولة هون هزون هاسلين. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for that wonderful invocation this morning, Honorable Daniels. Yeah. With that, let's go ahead and continue on down on our proposed agenda. Item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials in the Navajo Nation. Colleagues, is there any recognitions this morning?
Speaker. Speaker, just Delegate Begay, Elmer.
Yes, good morning, Honorable Elmer Brigade. Go ahead.
Freeland,
good morning,
Speaker.
Good morning, Speaker. Around the members of the Navajo Nation Council. Good morning, Yat Epene. Hopefully everybody had a good time, enjoyed their wonderful spirit of Christmas. Yeah. And then I want to recognize some 2 individuals that one been Hatasi for so many years, been a big mentor for the southwest part of the reservation. His name was Ross Naz. He's been with the Navajo government since Albert Hale was President Albert Hale was being part of the president. So, 2 weeks ago, he lost his life to COVID-19, and another one last week. I had a Vietnam veteran, John Salabai Jr., Ado, from Indian Wells. He was a coffee, and he left his kids and grandkids too. So Ado, because of that COVID-19. So I just want to remember them. That they're one of our mentors. Listen to their stories for a long time. They've always been in ceremonies with them. So I just wanted to remember their families and relatives. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Brigade, for that recognition. Good morning, colleagues. I think next in line, Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, my colleagues, everyone else on the Navajo Nation. I hope everyone is doing well this morning. Speaker, my colleagues, I wanted to also recognize we had 5 families who lost loved ones over the weekend in Herfinale, and Herfinale has been hit hard, unfortunately. 2 particular, one was a very big influence and a strong Navajo woman. She was a rancher. She was a retiree from the BLM. Very strong-hearted, very nice woman. I'm going to miss her. Pauline McCullough. Our prayers and our thoughts should go to her and her family. Mr. Perry Begay, also from Herfinale. And then the 3 other families. We had 5 losses over the holiday weekend, Speaker. And it's really hard to think about how this is hitting our families out here, especially out there in the community of Herfinale. So when we get to that point, Speaker, if we can have a moment of silence for all the families and all the ones that we've lost, and including all the 700 plus families that have lost their loved ones as well. We just think of this time of season and how these families are coping and how they're missing their loved ones. So, Eddie, Speaker, thank you.
Speaker Salona.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland, for that, and thank you to the recognition and your remarks regarding not only the loss to loved ones there in Herfino, the area that you represent, but also everyone who has lost somebody across the Navajo Nation, even outside our Four Sacred Mountains. All the hurt and pain from this whole entire year. So with that, Honorable Freeland, the recognition we can do at this time. So with that, colleagues and everybody listening in on the line, just take a moment of silence right now to recognize everyone who's lost somebody, recognize their families, recognizing them, recognizing the mourning. And with that recognition
Speaker
also
Damon?
becomes pain.
Speaker Damon, Delegate
So-
Nez here.
What we can do, Chairman Nez?
I also would like to, before we do the moment of silence, I would like to announce a few people, if you would let me.
Go ahead, Chairman.
Yate Pensionanta, Speaker Damon, Aro Beshvahasa An, Finant Anas Senegiro, Anas Fudaisanas Agikon. I just want to say, really take extra care of yourself. You never know who this deadly virus will take. Mr. Perry Begay was a U.S. Army veteran from Burnham chapter. Real good leader for his community. And Christmas night, his life ended because of COVID. And then 2 people in my community as well on pretty much Christmas Eve. And it's really horrendous that this disease is no respecter of persons. And my heart really goes out to people, and we really need to encourage one another and our community members to not let your guard down. Take care of yourself. Take extra care of yourself and pray. Really appreciate the prayer by Honorable Daniels this morning. I know we all pray daily, and I know the vaccines are here. We don't know when we're going to receive them, as you know, our people will, hopefully sooner than later, because it's really taken a toll on all of us. Just want to say that, add these people to your prayers as well. And one of the young people was very young. She had her whole life ahead of her, only 29 years old. And because of COVID, the family's grieving, and they're going to be having funeral services in the next couple of days too. So pray for each other. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, can I say something, please? This is Daniel.
Speaker Damon, this is Alona. Can you put me on the list also?
Okay, with that, colleagues, Madam Chair. Okay, well, let's just move down, and then we can go ahead and do a moment of silence at the end of the recognitions, colleagues. With that,
Speaker.
Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker, and colleagues. Delegate Daniels for that prayer. I think sometimes, some days, it's a prayer that we're all standing on, because I know as a five-fingered person, just being surrounded in this grief is. So thank you, Speaker, for allowing us to provide remember and to provide some healing, not only for our community members, but for ourselves. So I would like to recognize that we did lose here in Sheep Springs one of our Kia'ani monarchs, Sally Jo. She passed on this morning. She's Chairman Peterson Zaw's sister, and she's come and provided so much to our community, a fierce fighter and an advocate for breast cancer awareness and other things. So I appreciate my colleagues letting us know of the leadership that has passed on in their communities. We've worked with Perry for many years, and actually he was very helpful in coordinating supplies to Navajo Nation Police Department and others here in Northern Agency, and yeah, he's going to be missed. So thank you, Speaker. And I just think this is a time for healing, so I appreciate it as we're going through so much. Thank you. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair and McCarty. That,
Speaker, this is Daniel.
going down. Honorable Halona. Honorable Daniels, I have you in the queue.
Good morning, Speaker Damon, and good morning, my colleagues on the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I trust everybody is staying safe and promoting that social distancing, washing your hands, and wearing your mask. That's the only thing that's going to keep us safe. I want to recognize all of the chapter officials in my district, District 14. The outgoing chapter officials, I just want to recognize all of them and thank them for all the hard work and the efforts that they've provided in moving our communities forward over the last 4 years. And I just want to recognize them right now and say thank you to them, all of the chapter officials that are outgoing. And then the new coming chapter officials, I welcome them and congratulations to all of them who were elected to serve on the chapter officials. And thank you all for all your hard work and good luck in the next 4 years in moving our communities forward. I just wanted to say that. But as far as all the employees that are out there, stay safe, keep moving forward, keep moving our nation forward. The only deal that's going to really keep us going is the social distancing, the hand washing, the face masks, and don't let your guard down. That's what's happening all over the place, and a lot of people are getting sick, and we're losing a lot of people, and we just got to remain vigilant. People, I don't know how else to say it and how much more to put that out there, but we know more now today than we did in the beginning, and so we just need to follow those guidelines to keep everybody safe, to keep all our families safe. So anyway, Speaker, so thank you very much. I just wanted to say that, and then I also want to recognize Pauline McCauley. Pauline was an avid, staunch supporter of her community. I've known her for maybe 30 years, I guess. She was my neighbor when I used to work at Nappy back in the day, and I got to know all of her family, and her grandson was my son's best friend growing up when they were young. And so Pauline McCauley was a really, really good woman. She never let anything go. She always really expressed her opinions, and I really admired her. And she's going to be missed, and I just wanted to recognize her again also. Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate it. And good day, and God bless all of you and across the Navajo Nation and the United States. Thank you. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Lona. Thank you very much for that recognition. And looking out too as well, recognizing the chapter officials. That, let me go ahead and go on down. Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I was on mute. Yeah, thank you very much to the Speaker of Navajo Nation Council. 24 Councilman Yateshna Ani, Yate Penishidishin Shido. Yego nice now at Adikon Hikota, the Costin Sana, that Tapio China, a bit lato, Shido Hutsa Hunter. She gave another bit round rough black mesa. Late force late with the heart, aid only heart rush with the what well as in the question it. She thought that 10,000 little kid has seen, but sleep without by him the year. I thought, oh, the slow crash was like Navajo veterans at time you would just start with that start and then Sean ate this morning up on him when I don't have these two from a veteran leader and they start she teaching and dripping alley from Crown Point. Ja, en zit dus niet op het lieve ziet. Jongens, ja, daar ga je niet door, daar wint door. Zit dus nou, daar wint niet. Beter tussen nou, ik goed daar, ik ja. Zo, dan wil je daar goed is en niet zitten en dan kinderen. Dus betraat ik het dat je het gewoon als geluid gaat dat ik kiesle. Ik daar goed aan, ik kies je aan dat ik het aan $1. Shiroyat etoyat o narati on the Noshi Christmas at Clinic Apis are on the Tanzania that are Happy New Year each one of us and 24 councilmen. Yeah, never did Oceanat etolis Scotty just Carney Jackin Slam Scotty Jabit Zilon here in Abitila. Mission to kiss the Zil in $1. It is about artist. She could only cut on Slam. 24 councilmen, and let's be strong and stay strong for our people. Ede share edition. Lois and us angishik enough thingy that was this about GB dokodo around Oswald not even with Oswald. Nishik you on Barlis Arin Han that Haka Airway which I kid on this Hana car at Dawin to not Holiani. So the ADB it's zero be study consumption. So a whole son to cost zero shinat on in a here brother Herman Hutton Zenigi Hutton so there's Hutton so it all that Ada what is no shani it's the Zenigi whole son's no here Herman thank you. Once to the speaker, thank you very much. Appreciate it. God bless each one of you. You go back on mute now.
Thank you, and good morning, Honorable Yellow Hair. Close that. Let me move on down. Honorable Daniels, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ik ga kodo Arosnant Ansenigi kodo 24th Navajo Nation Council kodo Aronana kodo Nagaita. My brother kodo Delegate Freeland kodo Arole Yikiri kodo Mama Silent kodo. That's how that han was it up a kodo what the deal the don benage me to less. Sinan Lini Bada Sina Aronana kodo relatives that I'm later go Hajobada. Hajo bade in and over Jada, the shop of Jada Ned, the Shako Ishin Kodo E, Baba Banzi Kisto, the Shkodo E, Hodi Vale Kodo, Aronan Kodo, a wheel now Kodo, Kodo Nagata, Shato has Ado, Aronana Nagate Api Kin, Ajo Kodo E, Aya E, Behatan, E, Hashi Kodo, Aronan, he served on the the Navajo Nation Council kudo sto kudo Nitsa kudo tati ya so kudo kudo na great Honorable David Laughter. He served on the 18th Navajo Nation Council, 1995 to 1999. He was Nitsa tati ya so in the great San Tuado Tapi Kinas Ado Nana kudo Bachinen Liniki Sosa. Kudo Ado was in there. That's Abati ya so kudo. On the 18th, one of his sons, Dobzati, Dwight, again, that's why. Adonana on the 21st, I showed up with Anadi, his son, Ashki, Diego. Adonan Skadeshata, as they'll eat it and the Saholo, the Big Lenigi. He's in Kodo, the Benazini, to listen to Kodo. Adonana Kodona, Mr. Latter. He was also a U.S. Army veteran. That's because the last thought and that's all out of the Senate, he was a council delegate for Tlapikin chapter back in the 88 council went down. So he could Shabanashni to listen for you could Sananta Seniki could so it on he dish could I don't know could I think it is there time to sleep without Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Daniels, and that recognition. Go ahead and reserve your time at 2 minutes and 28 seconds. That, go on down. Honorable Brown, floor is yours.
Ayat Speaker, Madam Bishman on 24th Navajo Nation Council. Here Shanant Akregi Shadahagi. Ado to the great Navajo Nation. Shikedo Shidne, that's a Notagi Yate. Ado Kodo Keshmish. Banada Hashish, Ado Ade Kodo. Ngik Abes Nahanitlo. Dida, Tispiet, Adon, Hachin Hashinela. Lord and the coalition for Benedni in Lindo. And called the Quaggy. I had a great opportunity a couple of weeks ago to speak at a memorial for a wonderful gentleman from Sweetwater, Arizona, Dr. Hubert Benally. I know he was recognized before, but I know that in this time we're coming together as a nation. Ado Kitsodzin Benacheto Nkeze Halo. I just want to reemphasize his contribution to the Navajo Nation Council leadership, the Net College, so many Navajo students who he has taken in as his own. I think, and I know this for sure, that to his last days that Dr. Benally really was worried about the Navajo students out there wanting to continue to their educational journey, and a huge advocate for traditional knowledge and language as well, who has done so much research. So the nation is going to be forever in debt to Dr. Benally and his family for his contribution to making the Navajo Nation a better place for all of us. Then another one is recently we lost a matriarch from Kayenta, Black Mesa area. We all know their children, Dolores Gray Eyes, Bamanda. I know that, comes from a great family. So it's a huge loss for us here in Western Agency and in Kayenta and the surrounding areas. And I say this because I know there's a lot of wonderful mothers and fathers out there in Massanutten and Chase, that the wonderful part about our Navajo families is their legacy lives on in their children and grandchildren, that her grandchildren are now helping the Navajo people as far as being professors, nurses, and helping the Navajo Nation, working for the nation. And I know that our Navajo youth, they get their education and they come home in hopes of making our nation a better place for future generations. Although on Christmas Day we lost another great individual from Chilchimbito. A huge heart, so much traditional knowledge. Mr. Ben Burns. His daughter lives here in Danahoto, Wanda, and they live in. Mr. Burns lived in Chilchimbito, was in a nursing home, but did really well for a long time in a nursing home. So much leadership that he has helped in Chilchimbito, Danahoto, and all over the Navajo Nation. So it makes us reflect and how grateful we are that we have known these individuals, that they have taught us, and that's how some of us are able to speak the words and the prayers that we speak. Like it's these individuals. It's a huge loss for Navajo, but they all taught us one thing, including my parents and my grandparents. They all said, and all our people that have fought hard, please remember that we're great people. Our prayers are strong. We have medicine. We have each other. There's so many of us. We have our Etistin. We have our Honeshkish. We have our Khadidin. We have our bestest Ogi. We have so much. Please remember that. We have been through so much as a nation and as a people. For all those that we have lost, my father always says, for all of our people listening, remember that we all come from great people. We have our prayers. We have so much to be thankful for. And I think from this day on, look at the people around you. Who do you have? Who do we have? And I think, and I know this, that now we just need to relish today, the present, and tomorrow. So again, it's with heavy heart, but we will get through this together.
Thank you for that, Honorable Brown, for that wonderful recognition, and we make sure to keep everybody in our prayers. That, Honorable Otto, so floor is yours.
Yeah, Ado Kadoshananta. Oh, Kado, Ihusis, Uyate, Bene, Shanantano, Finige, aro adi dahis ago isno do de koho agi ya o do so do ka do be astoya da hadne ko khayda da hoda hot e ho be hoda hot ego bata be hol jisho do be hol jisho do da si ego ba ya chi do da si ego kodo nata be hanni hala ya to shibi ga ta de kha ato da shi ato na chahi gata ako hoda hot aba da hasti ako in ya na ila chin no ba ha chis twin le de kha ba no session ta ani ba hinne do ba hojo dante ahoda ego ko hon hi tha da hui hota ben hi ki da hui shish ko ka gi ya ego si ba ti ani ba hinne do na akon ne na se ina de le de nem hidi ya de da hui ul yego ben khate ben na johna lini kon hi khana ta hui che na kon on de ta hui che hot ego before do inan lini in ya pe betenna je pe pa le ha ne atu ya hadne ko da be ba da hasti nan o kwa be kwa so be de ke dishne to na kwa shi he da het ego ban sokkis a konden le de hota en never ke ya pa ge hotan he ke hui shi ko kashin da na de skaldon da de en kashin ego da de ne shi da jo shi inan leni jansen da de skesla oder ego hi da hui sich onsen ko le twin lini is yani ya da ki ko do o ben hi cha hasishin anta alo te da ya ko te eno ya ko nebe be swigne de ego da ya do da alo ne da de ne da khid da do ik hak ego ha ishe na be do ni caution hot ego on hit a hasty on ecto ate ada his ago is no ake chetne hajo ata da hokya nan kindon da kapen nan bana ne strage kan hit bazen ha ishe na hot do ni aro la ben cho ni ze da despas ni hinne doni hinnak aron da chidan hitne yego ba da hasti kom ki da hushi hot onsen ko ade da oshina kan shite kodo be yade ki ko kodo ni hitche hadit ego asha de ade da his ago isno hono yego ba hasti onsen do ba hojo da ede hota yeah I'm sorry hasti do
Thank you, Honorable Aroso, for that. Colleagues, any other recognitions this morning?
This is Delegate So.
Good morning, Honorable Charlene So. The floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Arayat 24th Navajo Nation colleagues, social net, people on the World Wide Web. Good morning to our staff. I really appreciate their time and their commitment to be with us on these long days. And I hope you guys all had a great Christmas. I wanted to give recognition to one of our entities. Late Saturday, being started at 9 geet and a Kojan Mexican water na kaitode asked that says electricity went out a kotik start na kitchen has as link without electricity. Ako go bashin go we pull through again. We're facing challenges right after another. And I really want to say that, I really appreciate my chapter manager, Martha Sagboy, our chapter secretary, Clifford Sag, Badeja Carm Sag. With the help of my LDA and Miss Martinez, Regina Martinez of NTUA, we really put a lot of effort and we were all on standby throughout the night. They more than about 36 hours. And this was one of the longest shutdowns we've had. I've had some constituents and they stayed in their vehicles and their coal. Some of them had electric heaters and there's no other alternative source of heating. And some were electric. And we were really trying to get everything in order. And I really appreciate NTUA stepping up to helping my community. They purchased meals, ready-to-eat meals from Farmington. I was able to pick that up yesterday, and we delivered to homes to make sure that the elders were getting a hot meal. And we did a lot of, welfare checks. And we've had even our grazing officials that purchase motel rooms for elders and people that are on oxygen and IV. And then last night, NTUA did also pay for rooms in Bluff, Utah for some of our constituents to stay there. During these times, it really does bring out true character, our commitment to serve one another, our commitment to serve the community, and it shows the compassion that we have. I really want to say thank you to NTUA. It was unbelievable. We wouldn't have done this alone. And, I also the Quidishin text and phone call, we kept these communications going. And, these are the things that we also need to prepare for as leaders. Because anything could happen, communicate, we need to do that for our communities. And I want to thank them. And, this is the kind of effort that our people need to see to have hope. Get that as I've always stated, so the Zana was the bet that these we're gonna beat this together.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable So, for that. Any other final recognitions this morning? If there's not, colleagues, again, with everybody concerns and recognitions regarding from the time this pandemic has started to how this pandemic has hit us personally, and more importantly, especially through the holidays and this past week being Christmas, more and more loss of loved ones across the Navajo Nation. As you heard here this morning, it affects every one of our communities across the Navajo Nation. And with that effect, there is mourning that's continuing to happen as the sun rose again today. And the sun setting this evening, there'll still be individuals mourning with the loss of the daily loss of lives that there is. And colleagues, just make sure to keep everyone in your prayers. I guarantee you that every single person across this Navajo Nation has had an impact from COVID-19. More importantly, from the loss of loved ones. So with that, in that honor of individuals who have garnered this and continue to move forth, and the ones who have moved on into the next world, their journey be great, but more importantly, for their loved ones who they left behind, make sure that the mourning continues within their families, but at the end of the day, they'll need great guidance and, more importantly, assistance to help them guide them through and get them out of that mourning process. So with that, colleagues, let's go ahead and get a moment of silence for everyone who's been affected by this and all the individuals who've gone on to the next spirit world. Thank you very much. Your journey can be well. More importantly, to the individuals who have been affected by this. So again, with that, let's go ahead and get a moment of silence at this time. Thank you very much, colleagues. Yeah, to everyone out there. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue moving on. If there's no further discussion on recognizing guests and visiting officials, we can move on down to.
Speaker, this is Daniel.
Oh, actually, I have Honorable Herman Daniels with reserved time at 3 minutes and 28 seconds. 2 minutes and 28 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say thank you, Yakudo, Tagaita. I Sikudo. I hear Lido, Kudo, I Sikudo. Johnny Hot, Tagait can halked. Not for Kudo, and Habela, Lido, Ijibakalia. Utah Water Rights Settlement. Tobet at Agi, Nagaita, Jake Kudo a Beda Lankat, Nagai, a Shimbi Toha, Zoja. So Kashin Kudo, Nejikudo, Hikin, Leniki, the same one county. Aron Dakoda, Ashin, Arizona, Spetadet, Okudo, a Togi, Ashin Kudo in Kashita, Ikodo, a choose, Ege, Kudo, Ben Hot, Ito, Lelico, Peso, Spedal, Katida, water rights. Aron Kudo, the Yego, Kudo, a habit of this, Nishkudo. 23rd Navajo Nation Council. Ajukodo Yego, Ikodo Ikena, no hole, Zizo. Adonan Kodo Yego, Yinash, Nishkodo. Ashin for legislation, Kodo Nail, Nash Zizo. 23rd Council. Nagate at Ecodo Nagate, Office of the President, Vice President, Nishuko. Mr. David Silver, Shashan Ash. I see here, Kodo. Nagate, Utah. Governor double straight Nasan Kel Nashijo. Or Takodo, Aronan Kodo. I see here, Kodo, Arokodo Nagaitam. So I see here, Kodo Nagaitam. Delegate Freeland for your advocacy, Kodo, on the Utah Waters Settlement, Kodo. I see Kodo Naka. But I can get it. Nakahan, so that the whole just go. I see here, Kodo, Aronan Kodo, Utah, Navajo Utah Commission, Stokodo, that Shanant Adan Leniki. Aronan the 7 Utah chapters. As though I see here, Kodo Adonat. So that Konagaidam. the 7 chapters at the local level. Not only dan lini don an hikate and linigi, not so say dan hadit hayanati ja resolution. So ekodoi hasin so ekodoi a ye feel kudo nal so gi na for that zako. So I see to head addition kudo Mr. Speaker kudo out of 24th council kudo I see kudo legislation kudo la hatelia became so long. Kudo dam I see kudo to hen hidini do les kudo. I don't know kudo. O sine nijuno kudo they not a need next to this kudo and kudo na kinasa hit the kudo snanta don't senigi was a bad kudo ada sia to kudo ara sike no senigi da with was to kudo was a bad ada sia kudo sike not is so kudo so also it was yeah they need all this kudo. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels, for that recognition too as well. And that's great news that we heard last night too as well. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions on recognizing guests and visiting officials?
Speaker,
Yes.
Speaker.
Yes.
This is Yazi checking in, sir.
Good morning, Chairman.
Good morning, sir. Thank you.
Speaker, Eugene So checking in also.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Honorable Eugene. So, that, colleagues, if there's no other recognitions, let's go ahead and go on down, review and adopt the agenda. Mr. Rico.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, proposed agenda of the 24th Navajo Nation Council special session via telecommunication, December 28, 2020. Navajo Nation Council Chambers, Winrock, Navajo Nation. Presiding Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, reports, none. 5, old business, none. 6, new business A, legislation 0316-20. New business B, legislation 0317-20. 7, close of session, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Helena.
Okay. With that, Katie. Motion by Honorable Helena. Can you hear me? Is there a second? Once. One twice. Honorable Yellow Hair. That, colleagues, any comments, questions, additions, deletions to the agenda?
Speaker, this is Delegate Slater.
Yes, Honorable Slater, go ahead.
Thank you. Could we add a report from NNWO on the CARES Act provisions and then add a report from Controller, Ledge Council, and DOJ, I think as one combined report on pending reallocations or reversions and the status of the encumbrances, so we can have a full picture on the decisions we need to make today. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, motion by Honorable Slater to add a report from an update from Navajo Nation Washington office on the outcome from the federal government and their formal response to President Trump's authorization for the extension and other updates that might have come from the omnibus bills that also were pinned into law last night too as well. The second one would be from an update from the Department of Justice, Ledge Council and the Controller's Office for all internal I guess, formal updates regarding the outcome from also the Navajo Nation, or actually the Washington, D.C. Federal outcome regarding the CARES funds. And that will be an internal action from an update on the internal dollars regarding the CARES funds.
Second by Charles Noon.
Second by Madam Chair Charles Noon. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on Amendment 1?
Speaker, Delegate So.
Yes, Chairman Daniel So, go ahead.
I'd like to request of the moving parties to include in the report a report from OMB. They're the ones that would have been transferring funds into the hardship assistance. And, I'd like to get an update from their office. Thank you.
An update from OMB to on date.
I'm converting the regular appropriation or expenditure plans into the hardship assistance.
Legislation, transferring the funds, everything that wasn't encumbered or the deadlines that are met to as well on the 20th, 22nd, and the 28th. Okay, thank you, Chairman. That update from OMB regarding the CARES funds of transferring dollars to the hardship account.
Question of privilege.
Email out to as well. That'll be its own. That'll be a third report. Okay, with that, question of privilege.
Delegate Brigade Elmer.
Honorable Elmer Brigade, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. My question of privilege is understanding that the resolution, that NABI resolution 6720 or 4920, that we need to discuss that to carry the projects that are within NTA and NECA. It's expiring just noon, 12 o'clock. So if we have all these reports, how can we amend that? Is there what's the time frame on it? Is it, can somebody right now? My question privilege is to Dana. Can she explain that to us if we need to discuss this as soon as possible before noon?
Honorable Elmer Brigade, that question will probably be explained when Department of Justice, Legislative Branch, and the Controller does their report.
Speaker.
Yes.
Is it true that we have to do it before noon today?
Well, Honorable Elmer Brigade, I won't know that until the presentation. But Ms. Barbroff, I mean, even if it is, there's no way to stop it, because even if we introduce a special legislation, that's a NABI resolution. It's a whole legal jargon question that Legislative Council will probably explain during the report, but Ms. Barbroff, go ahead right now.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, Navajo Nation Council. Yes, that is something that will be explained when we do our report. It is challenging issue in that you have a NABI resolution which established the 12 noon deadline. And of course, you're at council, you're not at NABI. You can't do, there's no authority to do NABI emergency legislation. So that's a problem. The Office of Legislative Counsel is diligently researching, determining how we might address this issue. We've also been in contact with the Department of Justice. So at the time that we do our report, I think we can get into a better discussion of this. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Begay.
Speaker, that's my question. Can we still do the 6720 then, which is a council resolution? I think that's the one that has a date, December.
Honorable Begay has indicated that will all be explained during the report. So the questions that you're asking can be asked after the report, Honorable Begay.
Yeah, because okay, but what about if we have a resolution regarding the 6720 from NTA to extend that? When do we add that resolution?
You would add that onto possible the legislation that would be forthcoming if you were going to sponsor the legislation to do any kind of action. Honorable Elmer Begay, nothing would be added at this time. I don't think anything would be added at the report. It would just be at if there was a action item like the legislation being dropped, and at that time, Honorable Elmer Begay, that's when you could use that document as a supporting document.
Dana, the speaker, what about that amending the 6720? Like I said, we have the
Honorable Elmer Begay, I'm going to recognize you right now because you're continuing to talk. So you're starting your 5 minutes now on Amendment 1.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for that, Dana. We have an amendment ready for 6720 resolution, council resolution. So when do we add that? When we come, I know that it's not on the agenda, but how do we do that? Can you guide me through that?
Reserve his time.
Reserve my time.
Hey, 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Any other comments, questions on Amendment 1? Honorable Keon Begay. Che, good morning.
Good morning, Che. Ado Kudo, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Ado Daisnosangi, Ado staff. Di Kudo Shla Ashi Niyahaki reports Niniki. Ado Kudo Shbrother United Kidiki Store. But I guess the clarification directly is it's NABI action can't be done at council session. But could report that specifically to the Washington then basically not you basically so one particular area, how much can the Navajo Nation be able to request of the $1 billion that's allocated for telecommunication? Department of Commerce they're going to be the administrator of Cotton. through some certain report back to the council, you know that one of my chapters, just because of an internal issue, one of my chapter was left out to not get a cell tower. Even though if we have $1 billion, I believe that if there's internal issues, we still have to be dealing with for our chapters not having any cell towers. Specifically, I like to request that there be a report directly from the telecommunication director, telecommunication office, and telecommunication commissioners. Although land department, specifically how much.
I always like Florida.
Specifically for telecommunication update progress, and how are we prepared if there's going to be a request by the Navajo Nation of any additional funding through CARES funding or additional other funding that's out there. So, Ede Kodo, BK, speaker.
Okay. So a request to modify Honorable Slater to add in request to modify Honorable Slater to add in another report from the Office of Telecommunications and also from the commissioners themselves on potential funding of future developments regarding federal funds.
Speaker, what happened to the request to modify for OMB from Chair So?
I'm trying to that one too as well. Sorry, Honorable Slater.
Okay.
I'm sorry. There's 5 different things going on right now. Sorry.
I guess first I'll consent to the addition of OMB to the second report that would include the controller, Ledge Council, DOJ, and then my request to Shnash for this discussion item is that we have so many time-sensitive matters to address right now. Could we add this report at the end of the agenda?
Speaker, if that would be sufficient, maybe giving the report for the telecommunication to prepare for the report. I appreciate it. Shnash.
Request to modify.
Okay, I'll consent to that modification to add a report from those entities at the end of after we've concluded the legislation. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. That then, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Are you good? As a second?
I'm good. I'm good with what Honorable Carl Slater has proposed. Thank you. Did you get that, Speaker?
Yes. Okay, thank you, colleagues. With that, they are on. As what now? Okay. New business C. Great. Colleagues, any other comments, questions on Amendment 1? Honorable Otto So.
Speaker, thank you very much. There's two things I would like to add into the controller's report. One is the interest, the money off of the CARES dollars that is being generated. What is the interest amount, and has any of the past resolutions deposit those dollars into the into allocated funds? The other is that, and maybe an update from Department of Justice on the Alaskan Native corporations, the lawsuit. I believe the ruling came in favor of the Navajo Nation, and when are those funds, or if we get any word when those funds will be projected to hit the account of the Navajo Nation? Reserve my time.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Otto So. 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Reserve your time. Any other comments, questions? Honorable, well, let me go back to Honorable. I think that'll just be, it's just a formal request, so I'll go back to Honorable Slater. Honorable Slater, you good with that? Request to modify to add those two.
So those would be discussion points on the second report. I consent.
Yes. Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
I consent.
Hey, great. Any other comments, questions, colleagues? On Amendment 1? If there's none, let me go back to reserve time. Oh, actually, Honorable Elmer Begay had a question, Ms. Barbara. I'll go to Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Begay indicated that he has some legislation, I guess drafted by somebody else, to amend CJY 6720. I have not been provided that information, that proposed legislation. I've not gotten a request from Delegate Begay. He can, of course, forward that information. I do not believe that amending 6JY 6720 gets you where you want to go. But as I said, I have not seen the legislation that Delegate Begay has been speaking about. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Let me go back to reserve time. Elmer Begay, 4 minutes, 30 seconds.
Go back to Speaker Otto Dana. I know that we have a challenges that we have. We know that this CARES funding was particularly for how we could combat the virus that came within our home, and it was simply for water line and power line, and then also for broadband. And so right now, President Trump just signed the the legislation that to extend this, all these projects that were appropriated. So we want to know that how we can do that. So we have a amendment that we can make to that legislation 6720. So I wanted to know how can we do that? Can we put that legislation back on the agenda? That will be my question. Or how do we do this? It's very important to me. I think this is very critical, and people are still, just like this morning, we've been reporting how many people that pass. And we know that that's very critical. And this is one of the projects that were put in place to use this funding for. So I think this is very important that we need to work on it. These are the projects, these are the people that are in need, these are people that are lacking. That's the reason why people, or we say that we can say to them that wash your hand and be at home, but people don't even have a home. People don't have running water. People don't have no electricity. Come on, out. So, that's what I really wanted to put this, how we can put this 6720, amend that to extend the projects that were appropriate for to do these projects for NTA and NECA. So, Speaker, that we reserve my time.
Speaker?
2 minutes and 1 second. Yes, Ms. Barbara, Honorable Elmer Brigade, this is a discussion that that we can have regarding developing a new legislation, because there would be a new legislation. We are on Amendment 1 right now. So, Ms. Barbara, if you want to.
Yes, Speaker,
this would be developing a whole new legislation to amend the legislation that Honorable Elmer Brigade is referring to.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Begay. Yes, Delegate Begay, I think I don't think there's any discussion that everybody is looking at a way to figure out how to extend some of these projects. As I said earlier, I do not believe that amending CJY 6720 is the direction to go with. There's a lot of issues there. But this office is working on trying to draft some type of legislation that will correct some of the issues or amend some of the issues. It's very uncomfortable to be trying to speak about this right at the moment. I would much prefer and can do a much better job if we actually are having a discussion on the various legislations and the amendments. So I am really requesting that we wait until Legislative Council does its report along with DOJ, Washington office, Controller's office. But rest assured that we are looking at some way to balance the interests here. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Ms. Barbara. Honorable Elmer Brigade, again, if we wait, like Ms. Barbara indicated, to hear from the report, there might be suggestions in there for your question. That, I'm going down, reserve time. Honorable Otto, 3 minutes, 50 seconds.
Speaker, can you add me to the queue, Freeland? Thank you.
Let me reserve my time, Speaker. Go ahead and go to the next one. Reserve my time.
Honorable Freeland on Amendment 1.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate all of my colleagues adding the reports to the agenda, but we also have to keep in mind that we did make a commitment on the Navi resolution, and we voted on it 21-0. And majority of these funds will be going to hardship. So I think we need to keep that in mind. We've already made that commitment to our people to have the hardship dollars be sent out. I kind of knew this was going to happen, and I hate to say that because I was betting 50-50 on this extension, but we've already made that decision, Shanata, and I think we need to stick with it. I just wanted to mention that on that part. I wanted to also give a shout out to Stanley Pollock and the Navajo Department of Justice and say thank you, DOJ. Thank you, Mr. Pollock, for helping the Navajo Nation get the Utah Navajo water rights settlement completed. I'm glad it got done in this 116th Congress. I'm very happy for our people, for all of our delegates, my colleagues, my brothers and sisters. Utah and Utah Navajo is so huge for the Navajo Nation. I'm very thankful and I'm very happy for our Navajo people in Utah, Shanata. But we just need to stick with that decision that was already made and move on, Shanata. Thank you. I don't reserve my time, Speaker. I waive it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on Amendment 1? Now, let me go back to reserve time. 2 minutes and 1 second. 1 second. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker Dana for that clarification. Thank you for that. Yeah, we did revert funds. We put deadlines on it, and that's how the chapters and the based on CT. No, we did that, and this hardship we would know that was because of that happened. Is just we thought that we're going to lose that money. They're just we're not going to revert money back to federal. That was the reason why this hardship was established. But you see, that was the main reason. Give us that money was for projects. You know that could they extend we were looking for a permanent infrastructure for our people. So Speaker, Speaker, can I ask the motion party that if we could add a report from Navajo Gaming? I think they're waiting for us. We haven't responded back to them yet. So can they give us a brief report on it? See where they at, laying out people. So it is, Speaker, that we reserve my time.
Service time at 20 seconds. Request to modify, adding on a report, Honorable Slater, on Amendment 1, an update on whether, just a formal update from Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise.
Could we, this is Delegate Slater, could we add it after Delegate Kalenbagay's legislation? Or sorry, report at the end?
You good with that? Request to modify, Honorable Elmer Begay.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, yeah, that's fine with me. Thank you, Delegate Slater.
That, Honorable Slater, you're good to modify then.
Oh.
Madam Chair Charles Newton. Got that? Was that new item D? Get Mr. Parrish. Okay, with that, colleagues, any other comments, questions on Amendment 1?
Speaker Damon, Delegate Rick Nez.
Chairman Nez, floor is yours on Amendment 1.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. I'd like to ask the motioning party, Honorable Slater and Charles Newton, if we could add a brief report from Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, I would appreciate it. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Every time at 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Chairman Rick Nez, literally right before you spoke, there was a request to modify from Honorable Elmer Begay to the motioning party to add that update. And Vice Chair Slater recognized that, and Madam Chair Charles Lewin as the second recognized that to add that update from Gaming Enterprise. Chairman Nez.
Thank you.
Okay. Colleagues, any other comments, questions on Amendment 1? There's none. Go back to reserve time. Honorable Otto So, 3 minutes, 48 seconds.
I wait my time. Thank you.
Honorable Elmer Begay, 20 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll wait my time too.
Okay. Chairman Nez, 4 minutes, 40 seconds.
I reserve my time, sir. No, I'll just waive my time. Thank you.
Waive your time. That is, if there's no other comments, questions at this time on Amendment 1. Going once, going twice, going 3 times, second reading for clarity.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Amendment Number 1, Report A, update report from the Navajo Nation Washington office on the outcome of the signing of the second stimulus package by President Donald J. Trump. Report B, update report from the Office of the Controller, Office of Legislative Counsel, and Department of Justice on the federal outcome of the CARES Act Fund and the impact to the Navajo Nation. And an update to the balance on interest amount of CARES Fund, and an update on the Alaska Corporation lawsuit. Report C, update report from Office of Management and Budget on the encumbrances into the hardship expenditure plan from other expenditure plans per Navajo Nation Council resolutions. 2 reports were added under new business. New business C, update report from Navajo Nation Telecommunication Office and Commissioners on future development utilizing future funding. New business D, update report from Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise on operation and personnel matters. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you with that. Vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canisbaugh Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland,
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Vince James, Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Delegate Slater Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So,
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So,
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So,
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika, Honorable Edmund Yazi,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable
Monica
Paul
votes
Begay,
green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Pernell Halona,
Kelowna votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo,
Pena votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate Vince James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Eugene So, Speaker, with a vote of 21 yeas and 0 nays, Speaker not voting.
Thank you. 21 in favor.
Eugene So, green.
Okay, with that, Honorable Eugene So makes it 22.
Yep.
22 in favor. 0 opposed. They're not voting. That, back to the main motion. Any views on the main motion? I don't have anybody on the main motion. Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. Second reading.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Nomination Council, there was one amendment to add Report A, update report from the Navajo Nation Washington office on the outcome of the signing of the second stimulus package by President Donald J. Trump. Report B, update report from the Office of the Controller, Office of Legislative Counsel, and Department of Justice on the federal outcome of the CARES Act fund and the impact to the Navajo Nation, and an update to the balance on interest amount of CARES fund, and an update on the Alaska Corporation lawsuit. Report C, update report from Office of Management and Budget on the encumbrances into the hardship expenditure plan from other expenditure plans per Navajo Nation Council resolutions. There was 2 reports added to new business. New business C, update report from Navajo Nation Telecommunication Office and Commissioners on future development utilizing future funding. New business D, update report from Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise on operation and personnel matters. Mr. Speaker.
That, go to the board. Vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
How about green?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber
Delegate Brown votes
Canaspa
green.
Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canis-Boccardi votes green, and I think I heard my Delegate Brown. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Luna votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Daniel votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
And Delegate Vince James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green to share. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Speaker with a vote of 22 yeas and 0 nays. Speaker not voting.
Okay, with that, 22 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, we do have an agenda before us. As soon as staff's working on that to get it out, or updating it, be out shortly. In fact, I'm signing off on it right now. Okay. Good. That. Let's go ahead and move on down, colleagues. Item number 4. We are going on to reports. Our first report is update from Navajo Nation Washington office on the outcome of the signing of the second stimulus package from President Trump. With that, Ms. Santee Lewis, are you on the line?
Present, Mr. Speaker, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Thank you for getting on the line, and thank you for being present with us this morning. That, Ms. Lewis, the floor is yours. You have 20 minutes on the board on the recommendation for the topic this morning, and as indicated, you probably heard. And then I know that you're talking with staff from Speaker's office since 9:30 this morning. So thank you for being on the line and getting this report ready for Navajo Nation Council. Kat, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council for the opportunity to provide this update. I also want to thank Honorable Delegate Daniels for the beautiful prayer this morning, as well as the moment of silence to acknowledge family members we have lost during this very difficult time. Yesterday, President Trump signed H.R. 133, which is the bipartisan omnibus appropriations and coronavirus relief package. And this bill, now law, funds the federal government until October 1st, 2021. And it also provides new economic stimulus provisions needed due to the coronavirus pandemic. Over the past week, we have reviewed this massive bill. It's a 5,593 page act that, when printed, weighs over 20 pounds. But this act provides $1.4 trillion in federal spending, and it also includes $900 billion in the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act. So one of the items that I want to just mention is that President Trump has indicated that he will send a rescissions package to Congress that aims to reverse some of the funding in this act. And in response to Trump's planned action, Congresswoman Nita Lowey, chairwoman for the House Appropriations Committee, issued a statement stating that the House Appropriations Committee has jurisdiction over rescissions, and that the majority leader will reject any rescissions submitted by President Trump. I also just reviewed a press announcement by Leader McConnell, and he refused to make any statement indicating whether or not the Senate would consider the rescission if it was sent to the Senate. So at this point, H.R. 133 is valid law. We will continue to monitor whether Congress will consider any rescissions to H.R. 133. But at this time, I'll go ahead and cover key highlights of that bill. So I distributed a Consolidated Appropriations Act 2021 summary, and that summary was broken into three parts. The first part discussed COVID relief. The second part highlighted provisions pertinent to Indian country, and the last piece just covered provisions of interest to the Navajo Nation. With respect to COVID relief provisions, Congress authorized another round of direct payments to American citizens. And so there's going to be a $600 direct payment checks for every adult and child earning up to $75,000. Minutes ago, Secretary Mnuchin indicated that because the Consolidated Appropriations Act has a deadline of January 15th, he expects that those checks will start to, Americans should receive them by the end of January. So that's the timing, that's a time frame of when those checks will be in the hands of Americans. Another important provision provides unemployment benefits. And so it will enhance unemployment benefits for jobless workers. And so those individuals should receive up to an additional $300 per week through mid-March. There's rental assistance that this measure includes, which just basically states that if anyone receives an eviction notice, their eviction, there is an eviction moratorium that is in effect until January 31st. They acknowledge that winter is such a hard time and it's not appropriate to kick families out of their homes. And so, so that's why there's the rental assistance and an eviction moratorium now in place. Going on to small business assistance, they included a second round of PPP loans. A second round of funding for the Paycheck Protection Program. So there's some $284 billion that is now going to be provided. They also expanded the eligibility to include nonprofits, local newspapers, along with TV and radio stations. So I hope that the KTNN will consider applying for the PPP program, because if they're in need of some funds, this would be appropriate for them. They also included additional funding for child care centers, and a big component of the Consolidated Appropriations Act included funding for vaccine distribution. There's $68 billion set aside to purchase and distribute COVID-19 vaccines. They are also going to continue to expand testing, and so that's also a component of this bill. Next, there is an additional $7 billion to increase access to broadband internet. They intend to ensure that families, especially students and unemployed workers, have access to broadband. So they want to also problem solve the affordability of broadband. So that's something that they are looking into. And the last piece of this relief package provided $45 billion for transportation, so Amtrak, the airlines, highways. There was another $82 billion for funding for schools and universities. There was also $2.75 billion for private education. And then, of course, there was some additional assistance for agriculture, farmers, poultry producers. And then, of course, they were trying to ensure that no American is surprised by any medical bill. So there was the ending surprise medical bill that was a provision that was included to address that. So that's an overview of the COVID relief provisions. Going on to provisions specific to Indian country. That section just really highlighted appropriations that keep appropriations for Indian programs. So here we highlighted that $13.72 billion for the Department of Interior, $6.2 billion for IHS. A new source of funding, just to mention, is that $2.5 million is going to be set aside for grants and contracts to provide alcohol or drug treatment. So this is funding that in NIH or in NCI, I believe that it's called out in Gallup, that provides these kind of services. They would be eligible for a potential grant or contract. $3.5 billion for BIA and BIE. EPA, $9.2 billion. And what's notable about the funding within the Department of Interior is that this year they proposed a rescission to the Office of Navajo Hopi Indian Relocation Office, and that rescission was excluded. So there was no rescission to the Office of Navajo and Hopi Indian Relocation. So their funding remains at $4 million to relocate eligible individuals. The Department of Justice, there's $33.7 billion. They provided substantial funds that Indian country would be, could qualify for. They are also trying to provide more resources to address VAWA and missing and murdered Indigenous women. For example, there's $215 million for grants to combat violence against women, $40 million for transitional housing assistance grants for victims of domestic violence, dating violence, stalking, or sexual assault, $1 million for analysis and research on violence against Indian women to be completed by the Office of Justice Programs, $500,000 for a national clearinghouse that provides training and technical assistance on issues related to sexual assault of American Indian and Alaska Native women, and $4 million for grants to assist tribal governments in exercising special domestic violence criminal jurisdiction. I also want to highlight a number of key laws that were included in HR 133. There was an amendment to the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act, which essentially extends access to federal employment health benefits and the federal employees group life insurance to BIE grant schools. And so employees at grant schools will be eligible, they will have the option to participate in these federal insurance programs. There was also an amendment to the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act, which authorizes urban Indian organizations as eligible institutions to receive reimbursements from the VA. So our veterans who live in urban areas can go to urban Indian organizations and be reimbursed by the VA. So that's just expanding access to care for our veterans. Moving on, the Special Diabetes Program was reauthorized for 3 years or until 2023. The Navajo Nation had advocated for increased funding for special diabetes, and we also wanted to see a permanent reauthorization. However, that was not accepted this Congress, so that is something that we will continue to work on. In the meantime, we are very pleased to see that this very important program is reauthorized for 3 years. And finally, I guess second to final is the Coronavirus Relief Fund extension. The Navajo Nation Washington office, here at NNWO, this has been one of our highest legislative priorities, and that was to extend the Coronavirus Relief Fund. We were very pleased to see that the CRF was the deadline for the CRF was extended from December 30th, 2020 to December 31st, 2021. The Department of Treasury sent out a notice to all CRF recipients this morning, and I had forwarded that notice to the Office of the Controller and OMB just to let them know that the U.S. Treasury did issue a statement informing all tribal recipients that the deadline for the CRF is extended effective immediately to December 31st, 2021. And lastly, the Consolidated Appropriations Act included the Navajo-Utah Water Rights Settlement Act. And so that was, I believe that everyone acknowledges this historic occasion. It marks the approval of the settlement resolving claims of the Navajo Nation on the San Juan River in the Upper Colorado River Basin in Utah. And it just confirms the Navajo Nation's right to deplete 81,500 acre-feet of water per year from Utah's Colorado River Basin apportionment. I believe that concludes my report. But before closing, I just want to acknowledge the staff at the Navajo Nation Washington office for their hard work over these past few months. We have worked tirelessly to ensure that key provisions were included in the omnibus bill, and 3 of our highest priorities being the Navajo-Utah Water Rights Settlement, the CRF extension, and the reauthorization of the Special Diabetes Program were included. So that concludes my my report, Speaker. Thank you. Ahiahat.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, Lewis, for your report. Let me go ahead and get a motion. Is there a motion, colleagues, to accept Mrs. Lewis's report?
Motion.
Speaker.
Motion, Halana.
Honorable Halana.
Thomas Walker, second.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, second.
Second, Vice Chair.
Okay, with that, colleagues, any comments, questions? Che.
Halana. Question.
Honorable Kealan Begay.
Halana.
Member colleagues, if you want to, we still have the option of texting in. Is preferable. Honorable Halona, I got you in the queue.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Floor is yours.
Speaker. Santana Senigi Kudo, the Washington office there, Ms. Lewis, thank you. 2 particular areas, every item that you've listed is very, very important to the Navajo Nation. But 2 particular area that I like to know if I could work with you directly to get specific information and maybe provide a follow-up report within 2 weeks at next MABI meeting. If not, maybe just a written report. The first one is the broadband access. All it says is that $7 billion to increase access to broadband internet. But another area, it only lists as $1 billion. Which is the correct figure, and if it's going to be administered, if the United States Commerce Department is going to administer, who are the individuals or contact through the Department of Commerce, and maybe specifically request that I work with the staff in the Speaker's office, and maybe some development could be brought up during the broadband presentation at once we get there. That's listed the second last of the council's agenda. Based on Lindiki that the Navajo Nation have access to, but is the Navajo Nation prepared to be able to secure more funding for broadband cell service? Ako Dikida Koto Nako Yad Lindiki na de Dikiki. Could you be able to help the nation set up meetings or teleconference and to start talking directly with the Department of Commerce, so the council and maybe I'm sure the president's office will be taking the lead in getting these funding for broadband for the Navajo Nation. Now, the other area, transportation aid, the lawmakers also agreed to provide $4 to $5 billion in transportation-related assistance. Now, of the $4 to $5 billion, $10 billion for highway. There's one particular road I like for the Navajo Nation to continue have a joint effort based on unique kid. Yes, on behalf of the Navajo Nation, but there's also a road between the Navajo and Hopi Reservation, 860. But nonetheless, I believe the Navajo Nation also it is also in dire need of some highways funding for each of the community. So maybe that's one area that I like to ask for your information. Now, two additional information I like for the Navajo Nation Washington office to assist getting information directly is that Lagos, the metropolitan area, they're getting their funding. I mean, their rent being paid. I'm sure it's including electricity, auto sewage system. Through the recent CARES Act, the Navajo Nation people were denied to get assistance to pay their electrical bill. Could the Navajo Nation seek some certain amount of fundings to defray costs or pay for some of these electricity for our Navajo people? Even eviction notice or being extended. So if people living in the metropolitans are given advantage of getting fundings to stay in a home, why can't we do the same for our Navajo people? Electricity auto sewage systems but service that little peso the other fundings need electrical bill peso although the last one is housing, direct housing funding. Speaker, I put 4 requests to Ms. Lewis, and then I'll do a follow-up, send in an email. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Keonbege. That, moving on down, Honorable Halona. Floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues, 25th Navajo Nation Council, and all the people on the air listening, the World Wide Web. I hope that everybody's staying okay, staying safe and well. I just had a couple of questions for Ms. Lewis. Sanji, thank you very much for your report. I appreciate it. It's nice to hear your voice, and I hope you had a great holiday so far. I was wondering on the extension that you were talking about that was in the bill. They extended the new deadline. Are there any other new restrictions that they put on that? And then if not, did they loosen any restrictions that need to be done on that bill? That's the one question that I had. And the second one would be the Indian country. You said there was $13.72 billion to the Interior Department. So is that the funding that is going to be allocated out to all the Indian tribes across the U.S.? And if so, how much would that be? The nation will be getting any of that? If so, what kind of restrictions are on that also? So those are a couple of questions that I had that I was curious about. Speaker, Santi, thank you very much again. Speaker, that's about 2 questions I had. I'd like to reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes, 42 seconds. Thank you. Honorable Elmer Begay. Floor is yours. And then I'll go back to Ms. Lewis. Honorable Elmer Begay, going twice. Honorable Elmer Begay, going 3 times. Moving on down. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Good morning. Dr. Lewis, or good afternoon. Thank you very much for your report from Washington, D.C., which is pertains to the Navajo Nation. I'd like to bring one important subject to 24 Councilman and also Ms. Lewis and Speaker of Navajo Nation. As my part from Black Mesa, and especially in an area of the Red Hardwood chapter, a chain which is not it isn't has a then lot a chain to your this is Navajo 8031 a chain DDG indicate Quaggy or near Pesasa not ahone clear no a or near money which otherwise a recent dollars nifes not Washington Banto no yeah a $15 million ako 80 peso ki aro joba ya chita tachulu aro joya no stira need a non-state Congress or that needs so a $15 million ki I'd like to ask if it comes this money will be resort to a N8031 nagay na sa ko nin let it out na pay not the 1974 Act ita a Congress outlining the relocation shall be carried out under section referred to section 13 to assure and promise a human resettlement of all displaced families, housing, sewer, roads here it is, school, health facilities for such households shall be available at relocation site, Navajo petition land. No, the needs to be done somehow. Could you get the age ko could you choose in the area? Yat eto lessons and funds ki IRA could it or cheat on I'm still short by $4,500,000. Ita yeah. Former joint use area road requirements to give Bahon's recommendation to the Senate Committee on the Appropriations and recommended to pave roads in Arizona State Route 264 to Rocky Ridge to Hardwood to Pinion in R8031. The distance in Lady 32 miles at one of the top priority. We need this road to be paved 14.5 miles to traverse a Hopi reservation across Orabi Wash. Where is on his not seen, don't so kids or they start to lose on this one here on the $15 million may return it to non-state Congress, and we don't want this money back to U.S. Treasury or somewhat question he caught or other depends on the need for a hard road once ago, but still Dr. Lewis. Although I'd like to reserve my time. Thank you very much. Speaker Damon. Reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 1 minute, 20 seconds. Let me go back to you, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. I just wanted to first respond to Delegate Keelan Begay. Honorable Delegate Begay, we will be responding to you via email. I think that we need to just take a look at drilling down into the provisions of the bill, but also to find the appropriate contacts to set up a meeting. And we'll make sure that all members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council receives that invitation in the event that they would also like to participate in that conversation. I will also circle back with Director Silversmith to ensure that Highway H60 is on the list of priorities. I'm sure that he has a ranking order of which he is trying to address road situations out at the Navajo Nation. So I'll make sure that he is aware of your request. And then we'll definitely look into housing assistance and direct housing funding. We do need to spend some time looking at some of the changes or potential changes that were made to the NAHASDA program and what kind of impact it would have on the Navajo Nation. There were some language in there, but I need to see what the law actually says and then work with Navajo Nation Department of Justice to see what potential impact it may have on NHA and provide that in a separate report. Next, I want to address Delegate Halona's questions about whether or not there were any changes to the CRF requirements or any other restrictions that the council should be aware of. Did they loosen the restrictions, tighten them? They made no changes to the CRF except to extend the deadline. There was an earlier bill that Congress was considering. I believe that it was dropped in the House, but it did not really, it didn't move through the Senate. But that bill did provide some changes to the CRF that would have provided more flexibility to CRF recipients. And so there would have been some loosening of the restrictions, if you will. However, when the Four Corners came to an agreement, and during that negotiation period, and the Four Corners being Speaker Pelosi, Leader McCarthy, and then Senate Leader McConnell and Minority Leader Schumer, when the four of them met, they came up, or they negotiated what is essentially the Consolidated Appropriations Act. They did not approve any more funding for tribal governments or for state or local governments. So I believe that they were trying to include an additional $20 billion for states, local, and tribal governments. That was taken out. And so what we see is the result of those negotiations, which is just a one-year extension. That is all that the Appropriations Act did. As far as the $13.72 billion to Interior, that is for all functions under the Department of Interior. So it'll fund all activities. I mean, the Department of Interior is quite large. It will fund the Bureau of Land Management, Fish and Wildlife Service, U.S. Geological Survey, the National Park Service. So if you want me to break it down, it's like $310 million to wildlife suppression, $1.341 billion to BLM, $1.5 billion to Fish and Wildlife Service, $1.3 billion for U.S. Geological Survey, $3.124 billion to National Park Service. But specific to BIA and BIE, it is $3.5 billion. I need to find, or I need to, the Office of Management and Budget will issue like a budget, like a line item budget on how they plan to fund each program under their purview. What I will follow up in an email with is that breakdown. So you'll see what funding is going to be provided to all the programs under BIA and BIE. There is one amount that is discretionary, and I can't remember what the amount was last year, but that amount is then discussed during the Tribal Interior Budget Council meetings. At that time, the council as a whole discusses how those discretionary funds should be allocated. So they like to hear from tribal leaders as to should money be placed in public safety? Should they be placed in housing? And that's where the Navajo Nation has a voice to, that's the appropriate forum for the Navajo Nation to raise their well, how they would like to see the appropriations divided or prioritized. So right now, the 2021 budget is pretty much done. It's a done deal. We will certainly get the line by line budget analysis and provide it to council. So in terms of how much will be provided to tribes, I do not have that amount. So it is going to have to take some additional research on our part. So we'll follow up in written format. Lastly, to Delegate Yellow Hair, similar to my response to Delegate Keelan Bigay, we will make sure that the routes that you mentioned are brought to Director Silversmith's attention and make sure that he is aware that those roads are a priority for your communities. And I believe that concludes my response. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Lewis, let me go ahead and go to new individuals on the board. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I appreciate the report. I'm going through the documents that were submitted to council from the Washington office. And so there's a few legislations this council will address. Could you, Director Lewis, point me to the section of your report that speaks to the BIE budget? There was some challenges in terms of did they get their higher education grant in terms of the scholarship. And I'm also looking for the additional information on support to law enforcement when we have these health lockdowns. It's our law enforcement that are bearing the brunt of trying their very best to keep up with enforcement while they also, do not have all of the gear that they need. If you could direct me to the section of your report that I could find that information. Thank you, and I'll reserve my time.
Hey, with that, Madam Chair, McCarty, reserve time at 3 minutes and 56 seconds. Moving on down. Madam Chair, Charles Newton. Good morning. Actually, good afternoon. Floor is yours.
Good morning, Chitula Speaker Damon. Hello, my colleagues, good morning. Ms. Lewis, thank you for the report that you provided to us. In terms of the payroll protection program, I know that you said that that was also covered in this. Do we have any information on the second round, whether businesses that applied the first time, whether they would be eligible to apply the second time? And then do we know what the difference is between the first time that this round of monies went out for businesses versus the second round, how much that will be and what the difference is, and particularly what the PPP is focused on. Is it just the big businesses, or are we looking at the small mom and pop businesses? As you know, Ms. Lewis, one of the issues that the nation ran into was that many of our vendors were not eligible for the PPP. There were also some of our Navajo Nation businesses that were also not eligible for the PPP. So if we can get a little bit more information on that, I would really appreciate it. I think our businesses are hurting, and with the continued curfew that President Nana keeps putting in place, our businesses are going out of business. And it's very difficult for them to, I guess, to be keeping afloat during this time. So if we can get a little bit more information on that. Also, in regards to the unemployment, many of our Navajo people went on to unemployment because jobs ceased. Many of our Navajo people have left the reservation for jobs and have returned because of the unemployment there in the cities. I'd like to get a little bit more information on that as well. And then the eviction moratorium for January 31st, 2020, does that only apply for funds that the federal government gives to like Section 8 housing, or does it apply to all, I guess, rental places across the board? Again, if I can get a little bit more information. Thank you. I reserve the rest of my time.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton, reserve your time at 2 minutes and 46 seconds. We're going down. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Good morning, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Here, Nana, Speaker, Shaway, around the members of the Navajo Nation Council. So, yet, Ms. Luce, I have a question. I know that you mentioned that we all advocated to extend the deadline to use the $714 million that was appropriated to Navajo Nation to combat this virus. I know that according to the public health orders and then CDC orders, that we have to have running water, meaning that we have to wash our hands for a certain amount of seconds to do that, to be safe, and then also to stay home. And then out on some of the things that we have, like electricity, that our people don't have. All these were mentioned that from the Congress, saying that you have to have these in order, especially from the public health orders. In here, everybody, we say that, and even right now we say that my people here don't have running water. Auto electric in the bed then still like that. We say that our kids are very important. We invest whatever we have a lot into our children's education. But today, they're having the hardest time trying to look for a service. Today, that's what this funding was all about. You mentioned that we advocate to extend this deadline because the way our government is so slow. Even the leadership here, we blame each other that it took too long to get this water line, to get this power line, to get this broadband. At a case. Because today, so I guess we could say that our prayers have been answered to extend this deadline. Also, we're relying about this service. So, Ina, can you elaborate more on it? How can we do this? So today, we know that this afternoon, that's about I'm not sure that we passed the deadline to have NTA and NECA to extend their, according to a resolution, CJY 6720, and then also 4720. We set our own deadlines to do that. We need help. How can we discuss more in depth about how we can extend these deadlines for these projects that we have that was already appropriated? I think can you elaborate more on it? What can we do? So right now, my question is that if we ask for another appropriation through CARES, through some stimulus funding to combat this virus, we don't know. We don't even have a plan. The second wave, we don't even have a plan. We haven't come up with a plan yet. And then there's going to be a third wave. We haven't even come up with a plan yet. I guess we could say that. They come to me like that. So even I think if we use this funding for other reasons, how does the Congress is going to look at it if we ask for another appropriation to combat this virus? Can you elaborate more on it?
Time.
Or is there my time, Speaker?
You have no more time. That, we go back to you, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to address the questions in order that they were made. So first, I want to address Delegate Crotty's question. Within our write-up, if you go to page 3, it discusses, highlights key provisions within the Department of Interior, but specifically BIA and BIE's funding. We did not highlight funding for the Office of Scholarship, and so that is not included in our report. However, when we do follow up with the line by line breakdown of how funding is going to just be dispersed among BIA and BIE, you will have that information, and I'll make sure that I make a special note to highlight that for you. So that will be forthcoming. But please look to page 3 in our write-up. Next to Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. So the PPP program, businesses will be eligible for a second round of funding. And what folks are coining that as is the second draw. And so I think what's really interesting is that this second draw would be for smaller and harder hit businesses with a maximum of 2 million, and that's in terms of looking at gross receipts. So eligible entities cannot employ more than 300 employees. Again, they're trying to ensure that relief is provided to more small businesses as opposed to the first go around. So this second PPP program is really it's really directed to help them bring relief to them. And so, but they do have some caveats, like for instance, they must have used all of the first PPP loan. They must also demonstrate at least 25% reduction in gross receipts. They also make certain entities ineligible. Like for instance, if they received a loan 2.5 times the average monthly payroll costs, that they wouldn't necessarily be eligible. I think one of the things that I was really pleased to see in this legislation was that they actually carve out $12 billion for minority-owned and very small businesses. So I think that they are really trying to expand who would qualify. And so I suspect that more of our businesses on the Navajo Nation who were denied the first go-around would be eligible the second go-around. And there's another carve out of $15 billion for live venues or independent movie theaters and cultural institutions. And then the third, as I had previously mentioned, they expanded eligibility to nonprofits and local newspapers, TV and radio broadcasters. So entities like KTNN might be eligible, perhaps Navajo Times. So I really hope that folks apply for the PPP program. And the new law also makes additional expenses allowable and forgivable. I'm not going to go through an exhaustive list, but for example, they can incur more expenditures for software costs. Maybe they have additional human resource and accounting needs. They can procure those items. And if there were any property damage due to public disturbances not covered by insurance, I think like when there were those riots or potentially people just causing public disturbances, they would be covered under this. Just increased expenditures due to PPP, PPE, and other investments such as trying to comply with health and safety guidelines, those would all be covered under this second draw of the PPP program. The loans are going to be much smaller in amount. They are not going to authorize any loans more than 150,000, and they are also going to have a more lenient process in terms of eligibility. So folks who apply, the recipient should be seeing their paycheck. They should be seeing their paycheck between 8 to 24 weeks, depending on the application process, but they anticipate that the second round will go a lot smoother because they've already went through a first wave, if you will. This is essentially the second wave of the PPP program. And so it's again targeted, while they are trying to target more small businesses, they are trying to increase eligibility. So I really hope that our Navajo businesses really look into this second draw or this second opportunity to apply for a PPP loan. I believe that answers excuse me. With respect to your question about the eviction, whether or not they had to be in a federal like receipt or occupying a like a Section 88 home or something like that. Essentially, I believe I was trying to do some research on it, but I believe that on the orders, according to my preliminary research just tells me that it does not apply to any state, local, territorial, tribal area with a moratorium on residential evictions. So essentially, it would just be for federal housing, so Section 88 homes and those types of housing. So if I'm going to continue to research this item, but based on my preliminary research, it's just specific to individuals who reside in federal dwellings. So I hope that answers your question. And then to Delegate Begay's question, I think that I am going to defer to the Office of Legislative Counsel. I understand that you guys are going to be discussing the what this extension means, and I believe that she would be the best person to provide. Well, she would be better able to advise on this matter because she is well informed of Navajo law, and I unfortunately do not have that ability to weigh in on that matter. But as a suggestion, I just want to say that the Consolidated Appropriations Act is very clear that the extension for the Coronavirus Relief Fund is extended till December 31st. Now it's just going to have to be the Navajo Nation to come forward with a bill that extends our CRF disbursement funds. And I hope that that our leaders are not. I hope that you all hear the plea of our people. I know that many of them are having a lot of hardship right now. There's a lot of families who are experiencing deep loss. And I know that you guys, through prayer, through your meetings, you guys will come up with a relief that comes to the aid of our people. So I wish you luck on that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, let me go ahead and go back to our board. Colleagues, I have Chairman Daniel So. Floor is yours.
I was on mute. Thank you, Cecilia, Honorable Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council, and distinguished and honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Shakedo, Shadana, Shatezan, Dino Sagi, Sashinat Anita Noslido, Sashi Yasato. Shastado Zinstano She, Dino Craggy, Nietzsche can't craggy. Hitnahal Nagi, Exato. That if the Santi Lewis, thank you for providing this particular report. I realize that some of our legislations through the Navikia Kit Committee and through the council, we see key items that our distinguished body supported. One of them most notable is for the employees of the contract and grant schools to be eligible for federal coverage, just as if they were a federal employee, health coverage. The other, the Violence Against Women's Act, as well as the support for the Great American Outdoors Act, which basically would also fund BIA facilities in the category of facilities improvement and repair and replacement. So that is something that I'm pleased to see. But one item that I don't see in your summary, and since the passage, I've gone on into other websites, and in there that's highlighted. And the reason I had the Navajo Committee endorse the Fair Care for Vietnam Veterans Act is because our contemporaries, the Honorable Leonard Paskey, yeah, the Honorable Morris Johnson, yeah, and contemporaries, community members in Torreon, Russell Toledo, yeah, Tony Toledo, yeah, Roger Trujillo, yeah, Randy Martinez, yeah, Marshall Castillo, yeah. They all had the effects of Agent Orange. And when I saw that bill had been introduced, I really wanted to make sure that the Makia Committee took a position on it. And I'd like to see why you didn't basically look at that. Fair Care for Vietnam Veterans Act is included in this omnibus bill. And the only thing I haven't seen is the amount of funding that is available to help in their treatment, in their health care, and currently contemporaries. They're still here with us that basically go to Veterans Hospital, go to IHS Hospital, and the bills come. And it adds extra stress to their well-being, as well as to being able to cope with this very debilitating disease. That would be my question. Fair Care for Veterans Act. How much money is put there for that particular segment of the omnibus bill? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia. Just the stopwatch just worked just coincidentally. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Daniel. So, moving on down. Honorable Otto So on the
Speaker
report here from Navajo Nation Washington office.
Speaker Freeland, can I miss you?
Yes. Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for putting me, got to me. And Santee, thank you for the high-level report of the presenting this report, which was the law, which the president signed into law yesterday. I understand this is at a higher level before the breakdown happens between the agencies. And I just would like to request that, I guess, when these breakdowns happen, as you indicated, that you're going to continue to research and reach out to these programs that your office provides, that gather those information, what dollars are destined for Navajo, especially like into the dollars that's generated or set aside for public safety, or the dollars that was set aside for broadband, and the dollars that's set aside for BIE, and what are they set into into the nation for what services? And Congo, we know that there's no new tribal aid or tribal program for tribal nations. So that's that. So I guess I'll be looking forward to the second report, and when you get down to the nitty gritty on how much dollars are actually destined for Navajo area. And then I believe that would spark a communication between your office to our Indian Health Services, Roslyn South, and our BIA Regional Area Director, Mr. Bart Stevens. A lot of these information that these federal dollars that were appropriated under this passage of HR 113 is very critical that we get down to the nitty gritty on the information on how much dollars are coming down to the Navajo Nation, in what forms, what are they for, and I guess in a synopsis that you could write up for us so that we have that information, and so that we can continue to convey that to our constituents out in our districts. Even down to the $600 payments, down to the unemployment insurance issue, the other government, the Corona relief. Particularly into like what did Navajo area get? In those areas, we really need to know, because as these dollars are brought down to Indian country and out into Indian area offices, we have 638 facilities out there that need resources, and we want to make sure that we do have the right information when we talk to our area director, so that we can go ahead and make sure that we can properly advocate for our 638 facilities for these fundings to be, so that these funding allocations that our 638 facilities are included in much of these discussions. I'm going to reserve my time, whatever time I have left. Thank you. And I think I have 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Thank you with that, Honorable Otto. So 1 minute, reserve your time at 1 minute and 12 seconds. Let me go ahead and go on to Honorable Freeland, and I'll come back to you, Ms. Lewis. Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker, Adashanata, colleagues, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Ms. Lewis, thank you, first of all, for the report. Appreciate the update and the information that you shared. Also want to say thank you to the staff as well. We appreciate all of that you guys have done in Washington for us, and appreciate all the efforts. Also want to give you one more thanks. Thank you for sending us the updates on the email as well. We all appreciate that. Ms. Lewis, I want to ask you in relation to the omnibus bill. You mentioned two things, of course, three things really. You mentioned the Utah water settlement, which was huge. What significance does that play for the Navajo Nation now, for our people in Utah? That's my first question for the Utah water rights, and what does that specifically mean? the breakdown. The second part was the issue of our farmers and ranchers. Would they be receiving some sort of relief? We have a lot of our Navajo ranchers right now who are in dire need, are hurting bad. They're facing two fronts, the COVID front as well as the drought. So, and of course, when they take their cattle, especially to market, they're not getting their fair value at the auction. So what does this mean for our Navajo ranchers and our Navajo farmers particularly? Would the USDA be stepping up and helping them, or what? We have to coordinate this with the Navajo Department of Ag. And lastly, you mentioned the issue of the NCI situation. Thank you for bringing this one up as well. It's very critical, especially during this time. You know, I every time I go into Gallup, I think of relatives, family, and those who are out there battling addiction, and how can we help them help themselves? You know, it's a lingering issue that we've had to deal with. We lost so many of our people to alcohol, chronic alcohol abuse, and it continues to this day. And especially this time of year when it's winter and cold, unfortunately, they have to deal with COVID as well as exposure. What are we going to do, or how can we help NCI, or how can we help Pajon Center, nonprofits like that? You know, at the beginning of this pandemic, Indian Health Service and GIMC was scrambling to deal with this issue in Gallup. And it was because there was a high number of COVID situations at NCI. Hopefully that's not the case anymore, but particularly what does this mean for NCI, and how can we best help position or help continue to advocate for them? So those are my three questions, Speaker. I'll reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
That 1 minute, 55 seconds, Honorable Freeland. I'll go back to you, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'm going to address my questions in order they were received. First, going to Honorable Daniel So. He raised the Fair Care in Vietnam Act that has the House Resolution number 5610. The bill does have 39 co-sponsors, and it also has a like its sister legislation has been introduced in the Senate, and it also has a Senate resolution number 3444. There are times when bills don't move forward, and I think it's really important to know that Congress has a law in place that basically says that you cannot earmark legislation, and bills that require funding, you have to also find an offset, and that's due to the Anti-Deficit Act or Balanced Budget Act. And so you have to take those into consideration when a bill is going through Congress, is whether or not the prime sponsors of the bill, have they found an offset? What does the CBO score? And even though it's going to be, it's going to provide some relief to a certain sect of our government, or it's intended to bring public aid, we still have to consider what is the financial impact on our government system. And so I think that we will continue to be supportive of this bill. Right now, it's still in the Committee on Veterans Affairs, and so there's no reason why we wouldn't continue to work with the 118th Congress once they are seated to ensure that that they are aware of the Navajo Nation's support of this. And I just want to make sure that we are that we don't overlook this. So I want to let you know that we will continue to advocate for this bill in 2021. Moving on to Delegate Otto So. He raised some of the provisions with regard to broadband and budget. We will again circle back with a line by line of DOI's budget. Now the document is quite lengthy. It's 189 pages. And just to be considerate of our council delegates' time, what we are going to do is we're going to try to go through that document and actually highlight key provisions. And so then that way you're not trying to sift through the information yourself, and we want to help you look at the information and digest that information. So we'll let you know. And then in terms of how much money is actually coming to the Navajo Nation, I just want to remind council that those funds are not necessarily available to us in the legislation. We still have to see what agencies determine, what their determinations are when it comes to funds that are formula funded. We don't know what the formula is to distribute those funds to Indian country. And again, there's more than 560 Indian tribes across the United States. So our share is, it ranges, and we really have to share in that pie. And so we're just going to have to see what comes of those agency determinations, how those formulas are going to work, and see what our amount is at the end. But right now, that information is not shared with us, and we should hopefully see that after the first of the new year. So stay tuned in terms of what the Navajo Nation shall receive. I think another document that might be of interest to the Navajo Nation Council at some point in the future, again, probably into the new year, is hearing what each of the divisions across the Navajo Nation will be applying for. As you know, there's different pots of money across the agencies, from USDA, from the Department of Justice to the Department of BIA. We get funding from different branches. And so we are going to have to work with different divisions across the Navajo Nation to figure out and to understand how they fund their programs, and to see if they are applying for new grant funding to support projects on the Navajo Nation. The Chief of Staff did issue a directive to the division directors today, asking them to provide that information. And so once we have that information, I'll make sure that it does get to council, because I think that having a shared understanding of how we fund our programs and what our priorities are going to be in the next year should be information that is shared with everybody. So we'll make sure that we follow up with that. So that's my response to the question from delegates. So next to Honorable Delegate Freeland, the Navajo-Utah Water Rights Settlement Act, what significance? It is monumental. It not only provides us access to 81,500 acre feet of water in perpetuity, but one of the key provisions within this act is providing over, $220 million to provide basic infrastructure to Navajo families that reside in Utah. They will have fresh running water for the first time. And they're on the line. We also have Stanley Pollock. And I know that you guys expressed your appreciation to Mr. Pollock, who helped negotiate this agreement. So I want to defer to him to expand on on my answer because I really want to hear. I would like for you to hear from the subject matter experts. So, Mr. Pollack. Mr. Pollack? I apologize. It doesn't sound like he's on the line. Oh.
Mr. Pollock, if you are, I don't see Mr. Pollock, you might be on a different number or different line or one of the many lines that we don't have that's benchmarked or marked. If you are on the line, Mr. Pollock, could you press *6? You might be muted.
Good afternoon. This is Stanley. I'm sorry. Thank you for the instructions, Mr. Speaker.
Hey, floor is yours.
Oh, thank you.
Here's your.
Thank you, Santi. I wanted to thank you for all your help in getting this bill pushed through Congress. It was a lot harder than we had all expected, and you did great work on that as well. Before I get into it, I just wanted to acknowledge a lot of the people that made this possible. That I want to really express my appreciation for the Attorney General and for the Assistant Attorney General for allowing me to continue to work on this settlement, even though I've retired from the Navajo Nation. It's been a pleasure and an honor to work on it. What I wanted to, and I also want to specifically acknowledge Kate Hoover, who was provided invaluable assistance from the Water Rights Unit. But I wanted to emphasize a couple things. First of all, when we talk about the 81,500 acre feet of water in perpetuity, that's actually a depletion number. So the actual amount of water that the Navajo Nation is entitled to use is substantially more than 81,000 acre feet. This is just the amount that would be consumptively used and not returned to the river. So it's really a huge amount of water that we're talking about in this settlement. Ms. Lewis is correct that the settlement also includes congressional authorization for funding of about $110 million from Congress and another $8 million that the state of Utah would be providing. Those numbers were based on technical work that was done by the Water Management Branch, Department of Water Resources, again, an entity that deserves a huge amount of credit for their work on this settlement. The Department of Water Resources put together what we call a technical white paper to identify the most cost-effective way or ways to get drinking water to Navajo residents in Utah. And they identified various projects, and they came up with an estimated cost for those projects of about $200 million. So once the settlement gets implemented and once it gets funding, there will be money for that kind of water development. But let me just tell you what some of the next steps are, because although this was a monumental achievement, we still have quite a long ways to go. The first step that we have is we need to revise the settlement agreement to make sure that the terms that the council approved originally are consistent with the actual language in the act that was passed. So that's going to require some very, very minor modifications. We promised the Nabakiati Committee we would report back on any modifications that would be necessary in order to execute the settlement agreement with the Secretary of the Interior. It is our hope, it is my personal hope, that we get that process done as quickly as possible. I would like to see the Navajo-Utah Water Rights Settlement become the first Indian water rights settlement to be approved by the first Native American Secretary of the Interior. I think that would be a rather amazing accomplishment. But after the settlement agreement is approved by the Secretary of the Interior and executed, it'll be executed between the governor of Utah the President of the Navajo Nation, Secretary of the Interior. We need to make sure that we get the funding from Congress in order to get the monies that we need to build those water projects. We will have to develop a water resource, a water expenditure plan that the Secretary will have to approve for how to use those monies, but that's all down the road. And then finally, the last step is we'll have to have the decree court in Utah approve the settlement. Water rights settlements generally are approved by the adjudication court on a standard that the settlement represents a fair and reasonable settlement of the rights of the Navajo Nation. I can't give you a guarantee as to when all of that will be done. I can tell you that the San Juan settlement, which was in New Mexico, which was far more complex than the Utah settlement, we took 20 months in order to get the conformed agreement approved by the Secretary of the Interior. As I said before, I want to do this, on a much quicker deadline. So hopefully, Congressman Holland will be confirmed by the Senate as the next Secretary of the Interior. We'd like her to sign that settlement agreement. As far as the approval in the court system, unfortunately, there's no way to gauge how long that process will take. We filed our motions for approval of the New Mexico settlement with the district court in 2010, and now 10 years later, the matter is still pending before the New Mexico Supreme Court without final approval by the New Mexico Supreme Court. We don't expect the same kinds of obstacles with respect to the Utah settlement, but whatever those obstacles are, the Water Rights Unit will be prepared to confront them and to zealously work on behalf of the Navajo Nation. So if you have specific questions about how any of this works, feel free to ask me now or shoot me an email later. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stanley. Mr. Speaker, can I just address Delegate Freeland's second question?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to acknowledge the dire need that is observed for farmers and ranchers. And I just wanted to note that the PPP program also provides some funding for ranchers and farmers, and that amount is $13 billion, is actually specifically set aside to support farmers, ranchers, and processors impacted by COVID-19. I think one of the greatest hurdles for our people in applying for the PPP program is just a lack of records. Many of them may not have adequate documentation in terms of tax returns, payroll, or accounting reports, and that's all documentation that is needed to apply for the PPP program. So to the extent that we hear that Navajo entities are ineligible, there's a high possibility that our businesses are not keeping proper documents. So I would encourage them to start gathering that information that is needed for the PPP program. I'll specifically look for the provisions that are out there for farmers and ranchers, and just make sure that you guys also get those as well. So yeah, that concludes my response.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. That I have Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart, the floor is yours if you want to go ahead and have any questions or comments regarding the report.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, 24th Navajo Nation Council, the staff, staff from President's Office, Vice President, Chief Justice Joanna Jane, and Ms. Lewis, thank you for the report, and also the updates that you've been providing to us as council through via email. The only thing I wanted to ask was, you stated in the reports that you were providing that the small businesses and the enterprises would probably be best to go back and look at that legislation again through the council to revise that, and then also get that up to date with this one now that has happened within the past weekend with Washington. And so that would be one. The other one is that, with this, the items that were received for the chapters are now being distributed to the chapters now, knowing that we have some chapters that are real small and don't have the space. Maybe speaker, maybe we can somehow work with this on how we can extend those deadlines now with those chapters, because we know that each chapters, like you and I were discussing, we're going to have like 2 or 3 semis going out to those chapters to get these things done. And then those are the only 2 that I have. I do have one more, but that was already asked, and you answered that, so thank you. I'll put it, speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Any other comments, questions, colleagues? If there's none, let me go back to you, Ms. Lewis, regarding Honorable Stewart's questions, and then we can go on to our next report.
Speaker Eugene So.
Mr. Speaker, unless I missed Delegate Stewart's question, I think he just merely had comments. And so, Delegate Stewart, if you have a question, do you mind repeating it? Thank you.
Ms. Lewis, it was just comments. Then the rest,
okay,
we will go from there.
All right, thank you. Sorry, that was my fault. With that, let me go ahead.
Honorable Eugene So, please.
Let me go back to floor. Honorable Eugene So, and then I'll go back to reserve time.
Yeah, we have lost, and we're going through a terrible but keep yourself safe as much as you can on these case, but don't let your guards down. As it is said on the desk, Washington, is how are you all going with my request with a personal meeting with the president-elect? I am serious. I want to talk some philosophy with that old man and me, the old man. We are living in a dirt world on the Navajo Nation reservation since 1868. I want to put some light on it. Me and him head on. I'm serious. So schedule that before the 2 years is up. I showed it. It's said all this. What's up? I don't that the 1 year extension is not good if you fund all your dollars into the Navajo Nation to meet the deadline. It's kinko. So the deadline and extension is not any good. It's an amount to nothing or anything if you approve for extension at the deadline or after the deadline, November 2018. That's how I see this extension. We already promised people the money. Some already used it. Some are expecting it to come. So this
extension meeting the deadline is really, it seems that it was done on purpose. That's how I see it. And then these are Trump, and there is one on the floor. I don't know what the number is. Maybe you can find that out for me. Pelosi. Today they're voting on that another bill for 2,000 that Trump request. He was saying it's a disgrace to sign the bill that he signed, and so Pelosi called on the Trump's bluff. 2,000 shot so what's the number to that bill? I think they're voting on that one today. I don't that the House Bill 5610 that should need Vietnam veterans. I don't the sister bill, Senate bill 3444. That shouldn't. These changes today, after so many years after Vietnam, maybe 50. I know there's over 32,000, Australian disability that people are claiming to file. All the Vietnam veterans are trying to file for a claim over the use of the Agent Orange. So far the Veterans Administration has granted nothing to them. As far as I know, maybe they're doing it now. They shall find out at least why. After 50 years, these people are now dying of Agent Orange, and some are gone. I don't think that's not really good for veterans. It is, and that Agent Orange is a chemical warfare. That's why the United States was trying to get it out of there. It's a chemical warfare that we used, but it was used for taking leaves off the trees on trails. So it's out on they used that, but never known that how much it was going to affect the people and physically and their loved ones when they come back. So those it needs to really be make critical to get what's going on out there. It is something that this see what you can find out about it. And thank you, Honor, for sharing.
Okay, with that, colleagues, thank you very much. Let me go ahead and go back on to reserve time. Honorable Helona, 3 minutes, 42 seconds. That, Honorable Helona, 3 minutes, 42 seconds. That, moving on down. Honorable Yellow Hair, 1 minute, 20 seconds. Can you hear me? Honorable Yellow Hair, going twice.
Okay. Right. Can you hear me now? I was unmuted. Good afternoon, Speaker. Thank you very much. First of all, that the team by us, she done by your team in art 8031. Yeah, team now RJ Hopi Reservation across Robbie Wash, and it's a bus route, several schools, and major connected route between Pinion and Hardrato, Central Chinle, and Western Navajo community. And climate weather, the road is very dangerous. The weather not teams, your team, to ya shown in the community that we have worked with. They worked with Navajo Hopi tribe over 30 years, and finally they got their approval across their land. Yeah, 22,300,000. So we're short 18,500,000. Oh yeah, the person on there to nato for chineto is nene. They need kid here chapter of heart right now. $15 million had it a teeny bit so need a query shaban for kids. Other your report could BIA in the Washington they bought Nagito Hana Nanigi 1.5 billion didn't need it anything for BIA on one lump sum by hundred. Shut out a other data earmark Italia. Shut out the big for this they need kid. What is fun? Want to go with my respect, Speaker and 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you very much. Yeah, I should need Angie. Go back on mute now. Speaker, you still there?
I am here, Honorable Yellow Hair. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. I'm done. That's all. I think I used all my minute.
Thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair. That, moving on down. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 3 minutes, 56 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. Appreciate the report. I didn't hear a response regarding law enforcement. Speaker, if I could get that some guidance on where I could get that information. I also wanted to, since we have the director here for a report, we've been reviewing the Navajo Nation Special Duty Pay, and it looks like this program, the Washington office, the staff were not provided special duty pay, so I wanted to understand what happened because we did work with the Washington staff throughout the pandemic. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Sorry, with that, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Thank you. We reserve your time at 3 minutes flat. That, moving on down, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 2 minutes and 46 seconds. Madam Chair, Charles Newton. Madam Chair, Charles
Speaker,
Newton
can you
going
hear me?
twice. Can hear you now.
Oh, I waived the rest of my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on down, Honorable Otto So, 1 minute, 12 seconds. Honorable Otto So going twice.
I was muted, Speaker. I don't know. Anyway, Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I lost my train of thought and I'm trying to unmute myself here. Santi, thank you for your response there. And I did indicate that, yes, I am aware that we have to we're in the pot of dollars that will be considered for the other tribes also. But one area that I want to see if it can shed light to is the Alaskan Native Corporate settlement or the judgment. We know that the judgment was in the positive ruling of the Navajo Nation. So when do we expect those funds to be dispersed? If you hear anything other than I did ask the DOJ to expand on that, but I don't think DOJ will give us that information. But since you're in Washington, is there anything word going around indicating that they're going to release some of those dollars soon? Because those dollars are not in the pot or are not in the Navajo Nation coffers yet. And that's that. And the other is about how much are we anticipating on coming into the Navajo Nation coffers. So I'll waive the rest of my time. Thank you. You guys can go ahead and mute me.
Hey, with that, Honorable Otoso, your time is expired. Thank you, Honorable Otoso. That, moving on down. Honorable Freeland, 1 minute, 55 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Wanted to re-ask that question. I believe was related to the issue of Gallup and NCI. How would the bill or how would the stimulus package help NCI work with our relatives that are battling issues of alcoholism and other areas of what they're dealing with right now in their personal lives, mentally, physically. How can we regain them and their thought balance, and how can we help them help themselves? The issue of alcoholism continues to prevalate our people. It's been there historically, but how can we help NCI work with our relatives on the streets of any border town, whether it be Gallup, Flagstaff, Farmington, Page, Holbrook, Winslow, Albuquerque, Phoenix, Salt Lake, Denver. But how can we help them? Reserve the rest of my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Uh, 38 seconds. Reserve your time, Honorable Freeland. Pat, going back to you, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. I wanted to first just let Delegate so that I just wanted just to recognize his request and his statement. So I'm sure that we'll try to get that personal meeting scheduled, and we'll see what we can do to continue to advocate for the veterans bill. So Akehet, thank you. Going on to Delegate Yellowhair, I think that what I wanted to just to clarify is that the funds have been appropriated, meaning that they are being made available to BIA. And so we just have to continue to see how the money comes down to Navajo, but it's also our responsibility to work with local leadership. And so right now we can work with, well, continue working with not only IHS Director Rosalind So, but also Acting Regional Director Lester Sosi to see what their plans are in terms of working on the roads that need to be worked on. it sounds like the Hopi Navajo word isn't great, and we recognize that money is being made available to BIA. However, we do have to continue to work with them to ensure that they are aware of our roads priorities. We also have to continue to also work with the Department of Transportation and the TTP program. So there's a lot that come. There's a lot of overlap with administrative work, and so we just have to work with all of our counterparts to ensure that they are made aware, and just to see who has primary jurisdiction over those roads, what type of funding is there available. So again, we all have to work together, and so hopefully we get that resolved at some point in the future. Going on to Delegate Crotty, the provisions on law enforcement, if you look to the bottom of page 4, and then there's additional discussion about law enforcement funding for law enforcement programs onto page 5. So again, please look at the document labeled Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021 _ synthesized by by NNWO. Please refer to pages 4 and 5 ahead. Thank you. With respect to your question about special duty pay, it is true that the Navajo Nation Washington office staff worked throughout the pandemic, and in fact, we continue to work through the ongoing pandemic, and there has not been a day that we have not worked. And so all of my staff are deemed essential staff, and I wanted just to provide special duty pay to my employees. And so I prepared a request with the assistance of the Office of Payroll. Their staff were just very helpful in terms of explaining the process. And so we prepared the forms and we submitted to them a special duty pay request for all of my staff that was then submitted to the Office of the President for their signature approval. So the Chief of Staff signed them on October 22nd. So that was the Thursday, and all forms were due to the Office of the Controller on Monday. When I followed up, well, because the Navajo Nation Washington office is based in Washington, we rely on local staff to take our documents over to the Office of the Controller. And so at that point in time, one of the administrative staff within OPVP hand walked our documents to OOC that Friday. And on Monday, they were returned as being submitted untimely. So in our emails following up on our special duty pay request, the administrative assistant said, I hand walked these over on Friday, but they were returned and they're date stamped Monday. So it sounded like that the Office of the Controller deemed it as untimely, and we were told to find money within our existing budget and to resubmit our request at a later date. And so we will be looking for funding within our current budget, and if not, we'll try to find other funds available to us for our special duty pay request. So that's what happened there. Moving forward, I believe that Delegate Soak, I must apologize, but can you please repeat your question?
T, do you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to see if you could shed light to the Alaska Native Corporation settlement or the judgment that was ruled in favor of the Navajo Nation, and what do we anticipate of funding when do we anticipate fundings to be released And maybe the other is about how much are we looking at? Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. So I do receive emails from the U.S. Department of Treasury, and they did provide periodic updates on disbursements of CRF funds. However, they never did provide any update on the potential disbursement date of the funds that were kept back as a result of the Alaska Native corporations. I believe that there was still a question that needed to be answered in order for the courts to disperse that money, but that was the last that I heard. And since then, our efforts have been required elsewhere. I mean, our time and our work has been has been required elsewhere. So we have not been able to closely follow that issue. But to my knowledge, is that the Department of Treasury has not made any official announcement as to that, to those funds that were withheld. And so I hope that DOJ might be able to provide a little bit more information during their report. Thank you. Ahiahat.
Thank you. Ms. Lewis, let me go ahead and go back to, I don't have anybody else on the board, so let me go to reserve time. Honorable Halona, 3 minutes, 42 seconds.
Oh, thank you, Speaker. The only other question that I had was, I think, but I missed the answer, was Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton asked about the PPP. And that was the only question I had, was that if some of the entities in Navajo Nation already applied for that, will they be able to apply for it again? Was that just a one-time deal, or can they apply for that again? That was the other question I had. So if you could just let me know that, I appreciate it. Chair, Speaker.
Thank you. Moving on down. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, 3 minutes.
Questions of privilege, Speaker.
Question of privilege, Honorable Eugene So.
I believe I asked a question, but my phone went out. I don't know if they answered my question. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So, can you restate your question?
My question to the young lady was, my meeting with the president-elect to the 32,000 outstanding claims by the Vietnam veterans in regards to Agent Orange. That was my question. I don't remember the third one.
Before I go to Madam Chair Amber Crotty, let me go back to Ms. Lewis to answer that question and Honorable Halona's question as well.
Speaker, question privilege.
Honorable Freeland, question of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. Before we go back to Ms. Lewis, can we also include my questions I asked her too regarding the our rogue citizen Gallup and the issue of addiction? Thank you.
Okay. Also, with that, going back to Ms. Lewis, question that was raised by Honorable Freeland regarding questions from Honorable Freeland. And if you need any of those reiterated, let me know. Ms. Lewis.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, and I apologize to the Council of Delegates for overlooking some of those questions that were raised. So to Delegate So, I am not aware of your Vietnam veterans request. I know that we had mentioned, or what was discussed was the Fair Carry Vietnam Act, HR 5610 and Senate Companion Bill 3444. I did indicate that we will continue to support that legislation during the next Congress. And so we will see that it is reintroduced and that we also get adequate support for the Vietnam Veterans Bill. In terms of your, if you had a specific request, I ask that you share that with us. So then that way, when we follow up and when we look and when we begin working with the 118th Congress, that your position is reflected in there as well. And we will continue to work with you and Director Zweierland to ensure that there is coverage and assistance for our veterans where needed. So I wanted just to make that commitment. Going back to Delegate, so sorry, I'm jumping around here. Going back to the questions about the PPP program, yes, individuals who qualified for funding during the first round are eligible to receive a second draw. The second draw is going to be, well, there are going to be some parameters around what folks might be eligible for. Let me see if I can pull up what I had stated earlier. Just give me a second, please. Okay, so just as a quick overview, the additional PPP, the additional funding that was provided for the PPP program, it includes a $12 billion set aside for minority-owned and very small businesses. There is an additional $15 billion in dedicated funding for live venues, independent movie theaters, and cultural institutions. And there's also additional modifications that are made to the program to expand eligibility, and that would include or to allow and provide loans to nonprofits, as well as local newspapers, TV, and radio broadcasters. Also, they expanded the permissible uses of the loan. So, for example, businesses can now use the loan to purchase additional software costs. Like, for instance, maybe they needed more cloud space, or maybe there were some human resource or accounting needs that they needed to pay for. Those expenses would be allowable. Other examples are property damage due to public disturbances, or if, say for instance, a supplier cost, like say they placed like maybe they were in a contract and then the supplier canceled their contract. Well, that business would have to incur maybe additional funds to secure a new contract at higher prices of whatever their goods are. Well, those sorts of costs would be included or provided or allowable under the PPP program. And as we all know, the additional costs of PPE, as well as additional costs that a business might incur to comply with health and safety guidelines. So the second round of funding for the PPP loan, it's intended to not only expand expand eligible recipients, but to also expand what eligible expenses would be for the program. I also mentioned earlier that one of the biggest hurdles for our Navajo businesses is just the hardship that they face with keeping adequate documentation. They might not necessarily maintain payroll records or even their past years audited financials, or maybe even their their payroll expenses. So that is all documentation that is required to apply for a PPP loan. So if they don't have that, then an applicant could be denied because they're not providing adequate documentation. So, but those issues aside, I hope that this round of PPP program allows our Navajo businesses to reapply. Again, there's much more money being made available to small minority businesses. So it is my hope that they go out and apply for them. Lastly, I wanted just to go back and address Delegate Freeland's question regarding what can we do to support individuals who might be addicted to alcohol. Well, I know that NCAI, I'm positive that they would be eligible for a grant under the new funding that is being made available. And how we can provide assistance is to maybe sit down with NCAI and see how the Navajo Nation can assist to make it a successful program. I think that, I mean, these are just my personal views, but I think that having an alcohol and substance abuse treatment facility close to the Navajo Nation would be good, because it would cut down in travel cost time, especially if members are being sent to Albuquerque or Salt Lake City, or just places, far distances from the Navajo Nation. Having a treatment facility in Gallup would allow somebody within a program just to have family support. And going back to something that President Nez talks about often is trying to support our family structure. I think that by having strong families, hopefully that deters any alcohol or substance abuse that our members might fall victim to. If there's a strong family structure, maybe they won't make those bad choices. And I just say that from my own personal experience. My mother was a counselor for her entire career. She was a school counselor in many of our to many of our at-risk students. And so I think that in hearing her stories, she always talked about how many of the kids who were in boarding school made bad decisions because there was nobody at home to look after them or to take care of them. So I think that if we had stronger family programs, hopefully our members wouldn't venture off and make those kind of decisions for themselves. So I think that that's one way that I think that we can support our family members who fall victims to that disease. So thank you for giving me that opportunity to share that ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to reserve time. I was going to Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Madam Chair, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That, Honorable Freeland, 32 seconds.
I better make it quick, Speaker. Thank you. Santi, thank you very much. I waited the rest of my time.
Honorable Freeland, I can't hear you.
Speaker, I mentioned, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I said, Speaker, thank you very much. I just wanted to mention thanks to Santee and her team once more. And of course, I do waive the rest of my time, and let's hope and pray for all of our Navajo people at this time as well. Shanta, thank you.
Great, thank you. Now, colleagues, I don't have anybody with reserve time, anybody in the queue. Ready to accept the report from Ms. Lewis. Went once, went twice, went 3 times. Good board. Vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yes.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesbar Crotty.
Delegate Amber Cannon-Spark Carty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesbar Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Haluna. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Alona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Haluna votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Wanika votes green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Green. Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker with a vote of 21 yeas and 0 nays. Speaker not voting.
Edmund Yazi votes green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Speaker with 23 yeas, 0 nays. Speaker not voting.
Okay, with that, 23 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you, Speaker.
Moving on down. Item number B, under reports, update report from the Office of the Controller, Office of Legislative Counsel, and Department of Justice on the federal outcome of the CARES Act fund and the impact to the Navajo Nation, and an update on the balance, interest amount in the CARES funds, and an update on the corporation lawsuit. So with that, Madam Controller, would you like to begin? Or Ledge Council or Department of Justice?
Speaker, this is Legislative Council. If you are waiting for DOJ or the controller to get on the line, I can start a preliminary presentation if you would like.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Barbara. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and good morning, Council. The reason I said a preliminary presentation because I will need information from the Office of the Controller and probably the Department of Justice to prepare any legislations that deal with the effects of the federal extension of the CARES Act. Where we are right now, if you will remember, is that there were originally a NABI resolution, NABIO-4920. It was then amended by NABID-6320. And what those legislations did that is relevant for us here today was that any of the funds that were encumbered, the CARES funds that were encumbered for power line projects, solar projects, water and wastewater projects, which include cisterns, broadband and telecommunication projects, and COVID-19 decontamination and direct care projects, any of those funds for those projects that were encumbered by by November 20th, if they were encumbered by November 20th, then the funds either had to be expended, and the funds had to be expended by today at December 28th at 12 noon. If they weren't expended by that time, then they reverted to the hardship assistance plan. So that time frame has come and gone. So those funds technically should be have been reallocated to the hardship assistance fund to reallocate those funds or to reverse their allocation. Will take emergency legislation to narrow that emergency legislation. I need a listing of the projects, the funds with dollar amounts. And so when I get that list, I have two different types of legislation to be looked at or considered by the council. I have DOJ reviewing those currently. or at least one of them. I'm preparing the other right as we speak. But to do that, we need some dollar amounts. I think you need dollar amounts as to what projects are still out there that didn't get completed by December 28th, and presumption was they wouldn't be completed by December 30th, but now you have an extension. So an attempt to extend those projects will require legislation. Ideally, it would be NABI legislation because it was passed by NABI. We're going to, though, have to do emergency legislation that waives some of the NABI legislation. So that's where we're at. I'm waiting on some schedules from the Controller's Office, OMB. They have been notified of the need for the schedules, but it's going to take them a while to put those together. Hopefully we will have them later this afternoon or early evening. I think also important to the analysis will be the amount of dollars that already have been reallocated or allocated into the hardship assistance. How much has that been done, and compare that also with the need based on the current applicants times what they are eligible for, and the comparison of those two figures will give you a look at what we're looking at here. But I think that most probably to make this conversation make sense and such, you probably want to hear from the Controller and the Department of Justice first, and then come back to me more. Thank you, Speaker. I don't know if I took up enough time. Thank you.
Thank you. That Department of Justice.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. This is Mel Rodas on the line from the Tax and Finance Unit of DOJ.
Good afternoon, Mel.
Good afternoon, sir.
Do you have anything else to add?
If it's all right with you, sir, can I just be available for questions after OOC presents?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that I'll refer to you, Madam Controller.
Speaker, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, Speaker, Otto Hiha, and Otto, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Good afternoon, Otto. I will just jump right in to answer some of the questions. I'll get the easy stuff out of the way. As of Friday, the December 25th, the to-date interest earned on the CARES funds that are in our accounts. They've been, if you recall, they've been invested into the money market. So to date, as of Friday, it earned $310,064. $310,064.65. So that's the interest earned off the CARES fund that's invested in the money market. So Otto, I believe Mr. Woolley sent out a report that we usually sent out. It's the one-pager, and it has everything broken down. So, of course, our office is busy trying to calculate a number of things. So this schedule is, of course, subject to change. So we'll start with the numbers that I usually go through, which is on the bottom. $714,189,631 has been budgeted, and what's been expended to date is $397,321,008.69. And then also what's sitting as of right now, sitting in open commitments, which is your encumbrance, is $31,806,635.11. So what's been happening since November 20th to now with the December 22nd deadline and today's deadline is you'll notice that in the open commitment column that will be decreasing as things are being expended. So it'll be moving over to the expenditure column. So that's the activity, just high level. Otto, what you'll see as a budget balance would be the $285,061,987.20. So there's a few things I just want to highlight if you're looking at the schedule. Again, our office is essentially de-obligating some of these. We're waiting for what we call the receiving report as well as invoices. For those things that we're getting the expenditures, so we're going from open commitment column to the expenditure column. So just a couple highlights. Under the Office of the Controller, we have $11,379,355.95. If you can recall, also that is for the cost of our compliance. And so that would be for, not only are we working on the hardship assistance program, but also responsible for all the activities CARES related regarding compliance work, as well as our single audit work that we're anticipating. According to Treasury guidance, up until the extension, we had until September 2021 to expend those dollars. So that's what that number represents. And then in the next one over, under the Division of Community Development, I will just highlight that, let's see, there's the first one is the $2.875,938. That's for the CPMD bathroom addition. Earlier, Chief Legislative Counsel was talking about we're going through the numbers. We do have some invoices that we're working through, so that number will change. But we believe we're expecting some of that reverting, assuming no other extensions. And then the other one would be the one under power line projects, the 1.7, that represents the RAMA project. And then the next one over, 1.2 million, that one is cleaning contracts under facilities maintenance for general services. And then the next group is Department of Health. The biggest one to draw your attention to is the 9.3. That one would be your contract regarding the wraparound service, etc. We're trying to work on ways to utilize those dollars. Other than that, we expect the others to revert. Those under PPE, healthcare, the 638, and the care packages. And So, and then you'll note that the water project under DNR is 2.2. So we're expecting approximately, let's see, we're expecting approximately 22 million to go towards your expenditure column. That's what we're estimating. And then we're estimating that 9.3 of the open commitments will go revert into the hardship as of right now, assuming nothing else happens, as well as 32.7 million with the NTUA. Most of that is power line projects, and then a little bit of water. And that's according to a December 26th report that we received. So given the 9.3 and the 33.7, we're looking at 328.2 million is what we estimate as of right now, if there's no internal extension, etc. So I just want to highlight those. And so what does this mean? I know today will be a busy day with all this activity on this report that I just gave you. So I think the other questions would be, given what do we expect that will revert to the hardship funds? And then based on the numbers, what are we estimating? Are we close to our goal regarding the hardship program? So I'll go through a little bit of those numbers. So we did get, I'll start with kind of the easy thing. So with the hardship program, we received 291,912 applicants. Approximately 9,863 are simply duplicates. So if you take out the duplicates, we're sitting at 282,049 applicants. So if you use that figure, the 282,049 Navajo applicants applying for the hardship, the total request would be 344,348,200. So that's approximately the total request given 282,049 applicants. So obviously, given what I just said about, if nothing happens, we revert, with the amounts that we think estimate can be reverted. I was talking about the 328.2 million. So given somewhere we're in the neighborhood of between 328 million to 330 million, we're close to, I would say close to 95% funded. And what that means is, let's round up to 330 million. That would be sitting in the hardship pot, and 282,049 members. We're looking at approximately $1,400 per adult and $475 per child. That's some estimates that we're running. So I just wanted to point those numbers out. And then also, if nothing else gets revert at 285 million, nothing else gets reverted into the hardship, we're looking estimate at adults getting $1,237, and then child estimated their payment will be $412. Those are all estimates, and so that's what I have regarding the numbers. Again, we're working through. Today is a deadline. We're working through receiving the reports, invoices, processing those payments, and then also, running our encumbrances report, de-obligating where necessary, and so that's what we're doing. And then just a little update on the hardship program. We did have, right now, if we were to do a distribution, I have 190,085 people, Navajo people, who have no issues with their application. If we needed to fund them, we could. And that will total amount to about $234,059,467. So if we needed to make a round of payment, we could, and those are the numbers. There are a few others in terms of the applications. As everyone knows, there are some exceptions that we need to work through, and so forth. I believe when we first started, we had, I want to say 70,000 exceptions out of the close to 300,000 applications. And we've got that down to 11,000. So that's a lot of work. In the last few weeks that our consultant, yeah.
Hold on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, the 20 minutes is up. Colleagues, I can give additional time to Madam Controller and her Department of Justice and Office of Legislative Counsel. If there's, it has to be by unanimous consent though, for additional 10 minutes. There's no objections.
Additional 10 minutes is fine. Carry on, please.
There's no objections. Going twice. No objections. Going 3 times.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, honored by Elmer Begay.
Are we accepting the report or
No, I'm just asking to see if we can give Madam Controller an extra 10 minutes.
Oh, gone. I'll go ahead and do that.
Okay, there are no objections. 1, 3 times. Go ahead, Madam Controller. Additional 10 minutes.
Yeah, $11. Okay. Okay, thank you. It didn't seem like 20 minutes, but so again, right now there's no exception with 190,085 people, and then we do have approximately 74,321 people with essentially name exceptions. We do have, as I mentioned earlier, we had some exceptions. We worked that down to 11,504 people. So we have all of these, we have numbers associated with them. So if we were to, of course, make a distribution to those that don't have issues, we are able to do that. And then also we can work on funds that we can reserve while we work out some of these issues. There's approximately, some of these issues are not fatal, meaning that we can work through these issues. And then that's what the federal CARES deadline extension will help us, because there are out there people, especially elderlies and those with not the wherewithal. For example, they may not have smartphones, and so we need a little bit of time to reach out and make sure that they're able to submit some of this. I will say that the biggest hurdle in getting this program to the point where we can start making distributions is the I would say years of not maintaining the actual database. So in the course of going through this hardship application and validation verification, we've added approximately 100,000 records into the database. So I think that's important to understand, because it's one thing to try to maintain a database, and I'm sure the Vital Statistics Census Office has had its shares of challenges over the years in terms of budgets and funding to make this like a better database, but it's another, given the incentives for monetary incentives for our people to essentially cooperate, so that we are able to do this in the very short period of time. So I believe if we make the database better, it only pays off in the future in a lot, because wherever we provide census data, we will have better numbers for any time the nation wants future funding and so forth. So it is critical, and it is a lot of work in a short period of time. So if we go forward, I think one good thing about getting a little bit more time is working through these exception process, and then also we can put the numbers to some sort of a reserve while we can go ahead and make a distribution as well. The only other thing I will add is, aside from getting a better picture, I think a lot of divisions, departments, etc., as well as our enterprises such as NTUA, NECA, they did a great job in not only getting the work done, all the projects, but also internally, our divisions, departments administering so that it gets done. So I think we're at the tail end, and I hope I gave an idea of which ones are still remaining and what the impacts are, and if we see the projects through, as opposed to getting some of the monies reverted to the hardship and the differences between the two. So,
Thank you, Madam Controller. With that, Ms. Barbara or Mr. Rodas, anything else to add on?
Mr. Speaker, this is Bell.
Yes.
Good afternoon, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I would just like to add that, because I do agree with what Ms. Barbara, the background that she was providing, I do agree with that. From my perspective, because it's after 12 noon, based on NABI E6320, as a matter of the law, the funds have been reallocated automatically to hardship. As a practical matter, OOC is still working on it, because OOC has to process the receiving records and the invoices and then make payments on that. But as a matter of law, the funds really are in hardship already. And so from my perspective, if council wishes to have an internal Navajo Nation extension of the deadline in light of the federal extension of the deadline, then it would really be reallocating funds from hardship to other expenditure plans. That's kind of how I see it. The alternative would be, because it's after 12 already, making the extension retroactive to sometime before 12 today. DOJ had an internal discussion via email today with regard to the issue of retroactivity of legislation. And there are a few Navajo Nation Supreme Court cases on retroactivity. And I'll just say that in general, it's permissible as long as it's not depriving anyone of rights that have already essentially been vested. And so the question then would be, is there a vested right to the Navajo people in receiving hardship assistance? And that's kind of an open question. And there could be arguments made on both sides. And I don't want to delve too deeply into that, but just to raise it as a potential issue with regard to retroactivity. And so I think that a clean way, a clean approach would be to recognize that funds have been automatically reallocated to hardship, and then for council to pass a resolution reallocating them away from hardship and into other expenditure plans. But I certainly, you know, am very respectful of other approaches to the matter, and I'm not discounting those approaches as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Barbara, anything else to add?
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Controller's Office, and thank you, DOJ. I can't go into some of these issues too in-depthly because we're not in executive session, but I do agree. I think that right now, I agree with Mr. Rodas that the funds have already been reallocated to hardship assistance. You may have some of those out there that, because of their, lack of a better word, prepaid status, they may be able to extend till December 30th, but primarily they have already reverted. So if you want to continue to fund those projects, which are your power line, your water projects, your direct care, your broadband, your solar projects, your decontamination projects, I think you have well, you actually have 4 options. One of those would be to wait the 5 days necessary to to post a NABI legislation that amended NABID-6320 so that the various projects were given a longer time for completion. The obvious time right now would be for completion consistent with the federal act, which would be December 31st, 2021. So that's the NABI legislation. But that has to be delayed. because you have the 5-day posting period and such. So the earliest would be next Monday for a NABI session. 3 other options exist for council legislation, and I'm speaking emergency council legislation. One would be to, as Mel was looking at, retroactive legislation to fix that completion deadline. Our research here agrees that retroactive civil litigation legislation seems to be allowable within the Navajo Nation system, more clear in the federal system, but you know, we would be operating under Navajo laws, but that does bring up the question about whether there is a vested right, a property right in the hardship funds. I generally, with the amount of research we've been able to do here so far, I don't think that has become a vested right yet, but that would certainly needs more research and can always be challenged in court. There's another approach which Mr. Rodas prefers, which is an actual reallocation from hardship assistance back to the projects that can be, we're working on being completed until by December 30th, reallocate those funds so they can actually finish those projects. And that would be done by specific projects. That would be the listing. Those first 2 options are the listings we would need from the controller. There is a third option that I'm still flushing out, looking at, but that would be, and this will create a delay, but that would be to reallocate the amounts that are above what the hardship assistance will need. So the way that would work, if it turns out that after the controller's office has received, vetted, fleshed out all of the applications, has a final list, has made a determination as to the amount everybody on that list qualifies for, then they would have a total. Any amount over that total could be reallocated back to the projects that would be losing funding. That would also include, of course, an extended deadline. And if there were funds above that, they could, of course, be allocated to gaming enterprise, which might help them somewhat. So there are 3 different options. One of the things I think should be of concern or thought on that, the delays in a reallocation will most likely cause one, they're going to cause the projects certainly to be stopped. It may create it may require certain contracts even to be canceled, even though you would like the projects to be extended or completed. And it will certainly create some nervousness, some uncomfortability with those who have their contract, who are still working under their contracts. So I think that's where we're at, Speaker. And it's looking to me that you will not have any legislations ready to address this until later in the, till early evening, probably at the earliest, because we need schedules from the controller's office. Thank you, Speaker, and I'm certainly available for questions.
Hey, thank
Speaker,
you.
put me in the queue. This is Daniels.
Colleagues, is there a motion? Is there a motion? Went twice.
Motion, Delegate Slater.
Slater.
Second, Delegate
Second by Charles Newton.
Second by Madam Chair Amber Crotty. That, go to the board. Honorable Slater, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you to the to the presenters. I wanted to go through an exercise and ask a question. I think it's been answered at this point to the negative, which is unfortunate. But I spoke with Dr. Jim and was trying to coordinate on how we could relieve any financial burden to the nation's UUFB or other funding sources for the continuation of isolation and alternative care sites, the testing and the other services that are provided under their PAE contract. And it seemed that a package had been prepared to essentially prepay for the services through July 31st and just extend their contract. And based off of what Mel has said and the fact that that conversation also occurred after 12 p.m., that may not be permissible, or it just wouldn't put the nation in the strongest legal position if we were going to be challenged on that. And again, this is trying to assure our people that we're doing everything we can in our COVID-19 response, in our public health response, that we're getting them adequate resources to mitigate the spread in our households, get people the care that they need outside of hospital care, and prevent the overwhelming of our healthcare system. So I feel again that we're between a rock and a hard place. The department had amended their request in 317-20 to reduce the amount that would come from the UUFB and in turn move to receive that difference from the donation fund. And that legislation has been drafted. But again, I guess what I was going to ask is, under that scheme, could they extend the contract and then, pay the contractor for these services, and at the burn rate that they were calculating, it would have continued the services for about 3 months. And that would get us at least through hopefully most of this winter. And we wouldn't have to dip into the UFB in order to pay for these services. Now that Mr. Rodas has said, it's past 12 p.m., it seems like that may no longer be an option unless we do some sort of legislation later this week. So, Speaker, I reserve my time. I just ask that they maybe meditate on the options available to us again. Thank you.
Okay. Reserve your time at 2 minutes, 10 seconds. Honorable Slater. That, moving on down. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, thank you for the report. Update. Controller, the DOJ, the Legislative Council, Chief Legislative Council. Yeah, 714 million. Hardship. So she has a need there. The question that I have for controller is the Quila Evikan Dajnaslands my if that did and the Baker Tilly. Ajan Dashnashiki, I didn't come that and Dashnashiki. I don't know quite how just so I Yasukodo the great yeah, but that is and then the our constituent that applied for hardship. I don't know, not the kid. The needs and that no, and a lot of our constituents. Twitter funny than I don't yeah, but alligator. It is passion nekodo. Ilakait I kodo a Bukana Yelan song. Is somebody reaching out to them? Kodo do I see them sped husband that call even using a phone that was sped husband. So it is I see kodo a passion that the hardship that you have to feel on that or elders done Lenigi at the Twitter sign in Asta Legi. So na great CIP the not of that no call. So I think it at the theater and Lenoho. So it could I think could in Chicago when you're out here at the local level. I see could a indict this kid go. So it is a pan I did this kid without Mr. Speaker with I don't know I think here reserve that shit. Thank you.
At 2 minutes and 42 seconds on reserve time for you, Honorable Daniels. Moving on down, Honorable Elmer Begay. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. I wrote members of the Navajo Nation Council. I wrote Shimodo, Controller, and also Dana for that report. I'll know that this right at this moment, us leaders will have to make a decision. What is best for our people that is out there? But we all know that we say that we stand and we speak for our people. I have some constituents here, and then I have some leaders that are here with me, and they say that they speak for the people, the grassroots people. They, I'm not out of the Bohaniki. Arab Cow, the Yediki, she's do to other Bahni Yaki, hello. Okay, you see that the Bakat now, which is such a buttons and Jot Ice not Yayata Kitoko. Nikishi, Yay, Nihan Hadon, the basic CBT, have electricity and water, running water, she had the Hadon. But these people, when he had the Nigi, Eben, but in the hot, ate that at all. I thought, up I had that. Eggs in the end there. Don't I young there, lady. I don't need. Therefore, as far as we know that the hardship came around is when we all believe that there's going to be some reverting back to federal. So you see that's also. We promised a lot of people. We saw you on social media saying that I'm working for this. No, we campaigned with it. And the way we did that is, I never worked with some delegates before where if we voted against hardship, we were on Facebook, people calling us and encouraging us and telling us that we were not favoring the people. So right now, we saw people, so delegates that are being mentioned out there. So today, what's the best solution for our people that are dying out there, that are suffering, they're going through this hardship? But but quite obviously I don't know that then very need that kind of kispiti no they still don't have no electricity. I don't know when we're going to get to those people that advocate for them. So I think we need to start talking about it. I would say that, Speaker, is there any part where the presenters can talk more or discuss more about how we can do the legislation regarding the maybe retroactive on some of these or reallocating these funds for this afternoon by Anigi. Everybody was just waiting for all our attorneys were just waiting for 12 o'clock so they can easily say that it's gone now. But this morning they were not even saying anything. Like DOJ, they were not even available. So can we elaborate more on it, see how it can be done? Speaker, so I reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 13 seconds. Go back to the panel. If anybody has any questions or response, Controller, Ledge Council, Department of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, this is Mel.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just with regard to Honorable Vice Chair Slater's question on the NDOH $9 million for the PAE wraparound service contract, my understanding, and Controller's on the line so she can correct me, but my understanding is that NDOH already submitted their receiving records and invoices for that $9 million. And so I didn't think that was included in what Controller was reporting would be reallocated. But Controller, maybe you could respond to that.
So this is Controller, and I'm going to confer with my staff right now. So if you can circle back with me in a little bit, then I can explain it. Thank you.
Question or privilege, Speaker?
That question of privilege, go ahead, Honorable Slater.
Thank you. This is for the benefit of the Controller and the conferral. I mean, the clarification that we need is whether the package that was submitted by the Department of Health that will expend their remaining funding that was unexpended under the contract, whether that made the threshold of today, and then whether the Controller is agreeing to move forward with the contract extension through the 31st of July. And that's what we need to understand in order to make some decisions today. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Controller, with that, give you some time. With that time, colleagues, let's take a 20-minute recess then.